I'll call to order this meeting of the King George County Board of Supervisors. We will open with an invocation by Ms. Kupka and the Pledge of Allegiance by Mr. Miller.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us here together this evening to conduct the business of our community. Please give us the strength and wisdom to make the best decisions in honor of all of our community. This evening, we send out special prayers for our colleagues, both of whom we said one final goodbye this past week, Mr. Ron Bell of the King George County Service Authority and Mr. Phil Rollins of the King George County Engineering Departments. We pray for their family and friends and their colleagues on our staff, and we take comfort in knowing they are with you. In your name we pray. Amen.
Mr. Miller, do we have any amendments to the agenda?
We have a request to see if you could switch up some of the order of the agenda to allow Mr. Grossnickel, who's presenting the audit, to go first in the presentations, and then move Ms. Hall and the Pyramid Health folks down just one step.
Mr. Chair, we entertain a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'd move to place Mr. Grossnickel's audit report first under presentations and reports before item A. And also I would move to strike the discussion item 0213 regarding Senate Bill 1137. As you know, I was the one who requested that item. I will very briefly cover that during my board report now.
Second.
All right, we have a motion properly seconded. Do we have any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. All right, we will open the floor for public comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. If comments relate to a specific public hearing item, we ask that you offer those comments at the time of the public hearing. So at this time, if anyone would like to give public comment, please stand up, provide your name, your address, and you will have your 3 minutes.
I'll let you get to the timer. My name's Anthony Stats, 9007 Clare Street. First, I want to say thank you for everyone coming out. I love when there's a big crowd, even if it's about a certain agenda item. You get to hear more about the process and see your elected officials in their work. So thank you for doing your due diligence. I also want to tell people, if you go to this meeting, please go to the school board meetings as well. It's budget season. You know, they're going to be speaking about items tonight that you may not understand if you don't go to the school board meetings. A lot of the funding for the schools are funded by the Board of Supervisors, so things that they discuss impact our children. So please, be attentive, even if you don't have kids in school. You want our next generation to be understanding and understand basic reading, writing, all of those good things. Now to the board. I first want to say thank you for your hard work. It's a tough job, and I think all of you have thrown your hat in the ring, won your race, and are now representing your districts. Good, bad, Democrat, Republican, you're doing God's work, so I really do appreciate it. It's a calling, it's not a career, so I appreciate it. As we're looking forward the next 20 years, we must look back at the last 20 years in King George and realize that there's been mistakes along the way. And as a county, we must embrace that and learn from the mistakes that our county has made the last 20 years so we do not repeat it in the next 20 years. We all must realize that as a county, 4 years, 8 years, that doesn't determine anything. 1 term, 2 terms, it's about long-term thoughts. It's about long-term development. It's also about making sure that as a county, we recognize that we are the biggest county in the Northern Neck. We are the closest county to Maryland. We have to recognize that we are in such an important position in our state to making sure that we have a good economic development here in the county and making sure that we don't say, no economic development because we need economic development to grow our economy. You know, I'm not for more housing, but you must have good local businesses to come to King George, mom and pop shops. I always shout out my favorite mom and pop shop, Uncle Davy Jr.'s, my favorite place to eat. You know, businesses like that that are run and owned by people in King George. We need more of those businesses, not less. We must have more engineering jobs, not less. So when people are talking about things tonight, keep that in mind. Also, keep in mind, be respectful, be nice. You know, it's hard to be in positions where you're making tough decisions, but I have complete and utter confidence in the people of King George to do those things. Thank you.
Hi. My name is Ana Maria Lobo. I live. My name is Ana Maria Lobo. I live in Presidential Lakes. Tonight, I'm not going to say that much, but I want you to ask all of you if you're working and eliminated the county license decal. All of you had to help Mrs. Kaika before she's leaving. I wanted the yellow sticker. The people don't even know they had that $20 every year. I wanted to eliminate it. It's okay when people move to King George, they charge that, but I've been paying that for 40 years plus. Also, I want to ask you if you're working on the taxes because I think the taxes coming very soon. Last year, the taxes were really high for everybody. Everybody complaining. I hope you're working hard this year. They see that those taxes not going too high. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ian Scott. I live at 12097 Cobblestone Court. I used to live in Oakland Park, and we still own that property there. I am here to comment today on some things that were discussed at the last joint board meeting that you guys held with the county planning folks concerning some other proposals to put in data centers, potentially battery storage, solar plants, things of that nature. I would ask that the members of the board please. Sorry. Better? Okay. I would ask that the members of the board please take this opportunity to vote on putting some of these uses that are poorly understood and have never been done in this county into a special exception category so that both the board and the members of the community have the opportunity to review and comment on these proposed uses for the various proposals for the land around the old Birchwood Power Plant and along Route 3. I do not want to see anything that would so drastically change the nature of this county to be put in without any kind of oversight or input from the community. And I would like to make sure that what we do agree to is not a repeat of what has happened with what's going on off of Owens Drive with the healthcare center without any input. And because that land was by right instead of by special exception. And I would ask that if we can put these uses into special exception category, that we would require these companies making these proposals to provide a comprehensive and thorough noise study that they will be generating to prove to the county that they will not be a nuisance to their neighbors, which is us. As these data centers would be running 24/7, the noise they generate would be heard 24/7 if they are not mitigated properly when constructed. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kim Clark. I reside at 16842 Fairfax Drive, King George, Virginia. The first point that I wanted to convey to the board is that with regards to pyramid health care, we are not opposed or not in disagreement that we need those resources or that service here in our community. We contest and we are fighting against the location, the location, the location. That is our argument. The other thing we wanted to bring to the table is that we want to make sure that people, the individuals or families of that community, of those communities, do not inherit any additional taxes or fees as it relates to this center coming to the neighborhood. We hope that you'll give these residents the time, the effort to recuperate from the financial loss and safety and feeling safe and the things we may have to do to make our properties feel safe, as well as the losses that studies support will surely come to the property values at, at, at this particular community. My last point is the other issue that came up on the table, and one of my fellow residents will speak to. What is the plan for Pyramid that's going to be in place if a individual with a record should escape from this rehab? Do we have the infrastructure in place to deal with that additional financial cost? And more importantly, how will the communities be alerted if somebody should escape that is dangerous? Thank you for your time.
My name's Julianne. I live on Village Lane. We have a few questions. When were the supervisors made aware that this building was going to be placed here, this type of business? And why weren't the residents notified? Usually when you have a new business coming into a neighborhood, you see a sign that says future site of. There's nothing. They're coming in the cover of darkness and they're building this because they, and you guys all know, King George knows what a mess this is going to cause. We want you to understand that we feel betrayed. And we hope that you understand that your role in the future of King George is to make sure that things like this don't happen. We don't want another neighborhood being built or another drug rehab being built right next to a neighborhood, right in the backyards of neighborhoods. I've talked to a lot of people about this. I've talked to another Pyramid Healthcare, and I've talked to a parole officer that works with Pyramid Healthcare over in Maryland. They do escape. They're called escapees because Pyramid Healthcare has a large percentage, like 94% of their clientele is the criminal aspect from the jails in Maryland. Please keep that in mind when you're looking at your budget. We're going to need more police officers. We are strongly, strongly, strongly opposed to any distribution of medicine such as methadone or Suboxone for this treatment center at this location. We want Pyramid Healthcare to go on record today here so we can record it that they will not open a methadone or Suboxone clinic in King George, an outpatient clinic, and they will not distribute such drugs by prescription from their location. If this is going to be an inpatient facility, as they now say it is, we want it to stay that way. They have another facility, they have multiple facilities, but they approached another community just like this. We're just going to have a treatment center. And guess what's happening, guys? Now it's going to be a methadone clinic. So please keep that in mind. We understand that unfortunately this is probably going to go up, but keep in mind the residents that live there. Keep in mind what this is going to do to us, what this is going to do to our community. Please make them go on record and say that they're not going to do an outpatient clinic.
Hi, my name is Virginia Sarasolo. I live over on Green Boulevard. I'm probably about 5 miles away from where that facility is going in. I'd like to know when the zoning was changed for that property. I don't believe it's been zoned from the start. For you guys to sit there and say you had no control, that you did not know about it, is a crock. That's all I can say. You're the Board of Supervisors. You have to know what's going on in your community. And to say you didn't know what you said at the last meeting and that it was out of your control, it's a crock. You've disappointed this community. Yes, do we need a hospital? Do we need more medical facilities? Yes. Do we need an outpatient or inpatient facility for people coming in from Maryland? And that's where it's going to come from. It's not going to support this community. That's all I have to say.
Hi, everybody. My name's Dean Dirtz. I live on Village Lane. All right, when Paramount Healthcare moves into our area, what are you guys going to do when they come and escape and be escapees from our area? Are we going to be able to provide, the police is going to have equal response time to get there? What happens if they come and escape and get on our property? What's going to happen there? What's going to happen when the escapee comes, jumps over my fence and drowns in my pool? Who's going to be responsible? Is Paramount going to be responsible? Or are we? What's going to happen when they take something out my shed? I had to buy that again. What's going to happen with all that stuff that I provided my hard-earned money on trying to get my stuff in my backyard and my area for my community to make my area look good? What's going to happen with when this clinic comes in and wrecks everything? Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for doing the jobs that you do. I wouldn't have it. My name is Gail Becker, and I live in Mammoth Village, which is directly behind the storage facility in our little housing development. My question is, with this facility coming in, if it does, it's listed as a hospital per the King George Service Authority, states that each bed would use approximately 300 gallons of water per day. And that is per bed. And I think that they have 100 rooms, but there's no telling how many beds they have in each room. At 300 gallons per bed per day for 30 days, that is 9,000 gallons a month. A housing development usually uses between 2,500 and 5,000 at the max. That's per a 2-month period. The hospital would use 900,000 gallons a month. Would our system be capable of providing the water needs to the entire area? And since we are on public wells, what happens if a drought hits us, and it has before? Would we lose water in our houses so that they could provide water to the healthcare facility? I think this is something that we should really think about. And where would the priority fall? Thank you.
Anyone else in the boardroom like to give public comment?
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Joseph Dean. I live on Oak and Brow Lane. And I address the board tonight in support of agenda item 0204. That is the request for an exception to the subdivision ordinance. My interest in this matter is that my wife, Mary, and I are in a contractual relationship with Beth Bowen to purchase the home and 40 acres of the parcel that is serviced by that road that we're asking for the exception for. I served 21 years active duty in the United States Air Force and had the privilege to live all over the planet. We made our home in 3 different continents. And when that chapter of our lives ended, we elected to come here. I'm a native Virginian, and I can't think of anywhere else I'd rather spend the next chapter of my life. What attracted us to this county is the rural nature and the particular property that we've contracted to buy is a historic home. And it's our intention to restore that home. And our long-term goal is to have it listed on the National Register of Historic Places. And so I'd ask that you look favorably on the request for the exception. One other thing I'd like to point out just briefly is that Although this is a request for an exception, the exception, I would argue, comports precisely with the King George Comprehensive Plan, which notes the need to, recognizes the need for flexibility with roadway design with respect explicitly to historic properties. And then finally, I have an environmental interest. Increasing the impervious surface area of the road that accesses that property for no additional traffic seems to me to be a necessary burden on our environment. And finally, I'll just conclude by saying my wife and I will be here throughout the meeting until that agenda item is, until you've adjudicated that agenda item. And should you have any questions that we might be able to answer as the purchasers, please just let me know. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Perry Bowen. Live on Nanzatico Lane, King George, farmer here in the county. You've just had the opportunity to meet our hopefully new neighbor. Joe and Mary are wonderful and will be a real credit to the community. And my sister is the one who's making the case 2022-00238. I wholeheartedly support it. That's all I got to say. Thank you for your service and everything you guys do.
Debbie Fairfax, 623 Kings Highway. I speak in favor of placing battery storage facilities, utility scale solar, and data centers by special exception. Let's acknowledge why we're here at this point. Ms. Hall has pointed out repeatedly, in good faith, that when a proposal comes forward for rezoning, then we'd see all the details. However, twice we have seen a corporation come forward without details. So the corporations themselves have determined this trajectory to ensure that they are transparent, legally accountable, and good neighbors. One argument that I've heard for by right use is property rights. I am 110% in favor of protecting property rights. But your right to swing your fist ends where my nose begins. The rights of corporations operating on industrial property do not extend to the destruction, disruption, and devaluation of the property of citizens living nearby or taxpayer-funded schools and playing fields nearby. That is specifically why we have zoning ordinances. And on January 24th, there was an overwhelming consensus on the board and planning commission that the current zoning ordinances do not sufficiently protect the citizens and that we won't necessarily have every I dotted and every T crossed in the updated ordinances right away. A wise person keeps an unproven dog on a short leash. That doesn't mean that you don't walk your dog, and it doesn't mean you don't eventually let it off the leash. It just means until it's known and proven, you control its movements. Additionally, I also support the right of landowners to sell their properties to corporations. There's no reason changing these uses to special exceptions should prevent that. Corporations are entering into contracts with folks for potential uses such as power plants, which aren't even in the ordinances. Since Birchwood pulled their proposal in August with directives to provide more specifics, Birchwood has purchased 117 acres, the Butzner property, for $1.4 million. Land in Northern Virginia is $1 million per acre. Honestly, the landowners would stand to benefit from increased transparency of the corporations so they can fully get what their land is worth. Virginia Mercury in September 2022 stated that Green Energy Ventures sued Birchwood because, quote, Birchwood had disclosed GEV's confidential information concerning the concept of developing a data center campus on the Birchwood property to a competitor, unquote. The article continues, quote, Green Energy Ventures claimed that Birchwood then used that proprietary information to increase the market value of the land from $40 million to $150 million, unquote. Under the current and proposed zoning, a corporation can expand in ways that even those the most excited about it may not have envisioned or desired. The public would prefer that the commission and the board widely manage build-out rather than giving carte blanche to corporations whose main concern would understandably be their profits, not the well-being
Ms.
of the county
Fairfax.
and its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Todd Fairfax, 623, Chairman and members of the board. I speak in favor of battery storage facilities, utility scale solar and data centers only by special exception in industrial. One argument heard against special exception is not slowing down these fast-moving cutting-edge industries. In the most recent industrial example, the corporation has slowed itself down because it has not provided enough information for the application to be accepted. The corporation itself has pulled its application twice. The county promises online that rezoning can occur in 90 days. However, once an application is complete, we are seeing it move at a much faster pace. It's reasonable that rezoning and issuance of a special exception could take as little as 3 to 4 months, so there is no significant impact by adding special exception. Furthermore, the fast-paced, cutting-edge nature is exactly why we need special exceptions, so that we can have the opportunity to respond real-time to any new information we see emerging from other localities. If another county imposes a great idea, we should be able to require that same idea for the corporation's success and our county and citizens' best interests. That's why the ordinances that were seen one way in July of the last year are, as part of the overhaul, are no longer seen as sufficient by the time we got to October. Loudoun and Prince William have experienced this and are still in the process of making changes based on their lessons learned. So the argument is empty. Another argument against special exception is the companies will go somewhere else where it's easier to get in. We're an hour from DC and Richmond. We have a major east-west highway, Route 3, a 4-lane north-south 301 throughout the county. We have rail access, river access, access to high-voltage power lines, and plentiful open land. The argument has not proven true in localities less appealing than King George. In Fauquier and Warrenton, data centers are only by special exception in industrial. What began as one data center application has now grown to interest in acquiring land for pursuing 3 data centers, even with them allowed only by special exception. They're not going away there, and they are not going away here. In fact, data centers are moving north to south from Northern Virginia and east to west from the Piedmont through the Tidewater. Last month, we gave you 14 reasons why these uses should be only by special exception. Tonight, we've given you the only 3 reasons we've heard against special exception, all of which don't hold water and have no substantive merit. A vote for special exception is not a vote against data centers. It's a vote for regulating well untried industrial uses in King George. If you want to adopt the dog, keep it on a short leash until you know it's friendly to others. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Peyton Moncure, 12,000 LaGrange Lane. My husband and I moved to King George last year, happily. We picked this county for its proximity to rivers, trails, beautiful vistas, and the people. It is no wonder why so many people are moving here. My ancestors established themselves in Stafford County hundreds of years ago. My connection to King George goes way back and is part of my childhood. I grew up above Route 3 when it was just a 2-lane road. The field behind my home became a Walmart and a Sheetz. Things change, things develop, and we understand. My husband and I know that it takes revenue to run a county. We know that you all have been elected and take your positions seriously. Thank you for your public service. We also know that the decisions you make are important. For these reasons, we stress something you all know too well. Citizen input is important on decisions, especially ordinances, and they need to be considered. To rush through a contract is not wise. We urge you to allow special exceptions to be part of any plan. To exclude this provision would be silencing your constituencies. Thank you again for your time and your service.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Brent Hunsinger, Friends of the Rappahannock. We support the motions to direct staff to prepare text amendments to the county zoning ordinance regarding data centers, battery storage, and industrial solar facilities. Solar is not a farm, it's a solar industrial facility. Especially a motion for a text amendment moving battery energy storage facilities, data centers, and industrial solar facilities from by right to only by special exception. We also support authorizing the county administrator to execute change order 1 for PSA 050-52021-1400 with the Berkeley Group. The more data, the better, before letting the cat out of the bag. Congratulations on receiving funds from the Department of Forestry, from the Forest Sustainability Fund. Trees and forests are very important for keeping our watersheds healthy, and I'd love to be a part of conversations with Parks and Rec and Tourism to where those funds could be best spent. We do trees very well at Friends of the Rabbit Hammock. Finally, if there are any needs for tree planting projects on public or private land for afforestation, I'd love to help apply. The Trees for Clean Water funding is again available currently. And that is how Sealston and Cedar Brooks parks were planted with money from that fund. FOR is now helping Tri-County City Soil and Water Conservation District to carry out the Virginia Conservation Assistance Program, which is a stormwater assistance program for residents or commercial owners who are having issues with erosion or stormwater in the county. That is old development, not new development. And this program can, like we said, can help stormwater owners with stormwater erosion issues. Practices such as conservation landscaping, rain gardens, and living shorelines can qualify for cost share assistance. And then please don't forget, on February 25th and March 25th, we have litter cleanup scheduled in the county. Thank you all very much for your time.
Do you have anyone else in the boardroom? Mr. Dines, do we have anyone online?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have Sean Fogarty and Rachel Scott.
We'll start with Sean.
Mr. Fogarty, are you there?
Do we want to see if, was it Rachel Scott? Was that the other?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my name is Rachel Scott. I live at 12097 Cobblestone Court. I ask that the members of the board vote to make zoning for data centers, battery storage facilities, and utility solar plants by special exception instead of by right. These uses and impacts to the community are not well understood and not currently well regulated to protect the public. And as a concerned citizen, I want to ensure that the businesses that move into King George respect the peacefulness and ruralness that residents of this county currently enjoy. As a property owner in Oakland Park and a realtor, I'm also very concerned about the noise impact a data center would have on my neighborhood and on my property value and on the property values of anything within close proximity to those data centers. We currently have no way to guarantee that the data centers that would be put in would be responsible, quiet neighbors unless they are forced to be quiet and considerate neighbors. This would only happen if there is the opportunity for county board oversight and public comment. I also ask that the county make ordinances regulating how loud a business can be at its property line so that it doesn't disturb the neighbors. There is a vast difference between the noise of sporadic gunfire from Dahlgren, which is being done to enhance the security of our country, and the constant 24/7 noise of a data center, which never turns off. Thank you.
Did we want to see if Mr. Fogarty was available?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fogarty, are you there? Can you unmute yourself, Mr. Fogarty?
Mr. Dines, does it look like he's there, or is this?
He is there. He unmuted himself. We just can't hear him right now.
All right, well, I'll ask my colleagues, did anyone receive any correspondence to be read in?
I received two things, but it has to go back to something later in our agenda, so I won't read them right now.
Did anyone else have any? Okay. Not that I don't want him to give the opportunity, but if there's technical difficulties, then we do need to move on with the meeting as well. Mr. Fogarty, if you can hear, if you could send an email with what your comments are, we could have those added to the minutes and make sure that they're available for people to see. So I appreciate your time in coming to the board meeting, and I apologize for whatever technical difficulties it is that you're dealing with. Okay. In that case, then I will be closing public comment. And we'll be moving on to reports from members of the board. Start with Ms. Bender.
All right, thank you. Give me a second. I wrote them down real quickly. So first off, I would like to thank everyone who came out today. I really appreciate you coming out and speaking to your concerns. I do know in our agenda, if you've noticed, grab a copy outside. We will have a presentation from Ms. Hall from Community Development or staff to discuss what is by right and the information contained in that. And then we also have a presentation about Pyramid Healthcare where we can ask some questions of them, especially some I wrote down that you have asked here. The next thing I'd like to do is Mr. James T. Johnson. I'd like to reappoint him to the King George County Wetlands Board.
Second. We have a motion properly seconded. Do we have any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries.
I also have attended and I provided each of my board members a copy of the initial school board budget that does have 3.5, I think it's 3.462842 increase in the local match. A lot of it goes to teacher salary. We do have a meeting tomorrow, and I know the school board was briefed on Monday, the first time we'll see it. I did talk to them about Mr. Collins' request to be first on our agenda when we look at the different departments for the budgets, and they agreed that are going to try to be first on the agenda since that does take up a big portion of our budget. So I encourage the citizens to come out and to give their input, and I know all of us have a board member on that citizen budget committee except for Ms. Cup, I think has already appointed hers already. So if anybody would like to reach out to the four of us to be on the Citizen Budget Advisory Committee and give your input, that would be great. We just have one representative per district. I also got to participate with Mr. Collins in Local Government Day. It was I spent all day doing it. In the morning, we had Mr. Randy Jones, Ms. Judy Hart, Ms. Carrie Gutzman, who's our Commonwealth Attorney, and Mr. Collins and myself. And that went and spoke to all the seventh graders at King George Middle School and asked them, they had some different questions. It was a great time. I enjoy speaking to the students. I do have one request from the civics teacher at King George Middle School, and maybe our next meeting, they would like an updated picture of all of us that they could blow up, because the picture they have doesn't look very well when they blow it up to an 8x10, because they put it in their classrooms, all the people who serve in the local, state, and federal government. So next meeting, I asked my colleagues to come with a picture-taking attire for the local students. Next up, I was going to ask Mr. Miller about the status of our old, and you can mention this in your county administrator report, study on the old King George Middle School and courthouse. So I'd like to hear an update on that. Next up, I want to ask my colleagues, I had mentioned this in the Service Authority meeting. I spoke to a person I know in DEQ that was served on the 2 state boards that I served on, and they were willing to get subject matter experts from the different departments if the board has any interest. I know Service Authority was looking for water and wastewater, is that there are many departments in DEQ, and they'd love to come to the locality so you can ask questions about, what they do. So if there's any interest, please tell me if there's a department you would like to come, and I'll reach out to my contact at DEQ to see if they can arrange it. I also want to say my deepest sympathies to the Rollins and Bell family, our employees from the Service Authority and the county. Great people, and I'm really sad to see that they lost their battles with cancer, and I'm really sad. And I really want to reach out to the family and say I'm truly sorry. My father and my mother died of cancer, and it's a horrible, horrible thing. And hold on. One thing I want to mention, a couple of residents recently have expressed interest about pop-up food trucks that have appeared, and I want to tell the citizens in our ordinance update that we are looking into allowing or not allowing. That's part of our ordinance update. Right now, we do not have an ordinance about food trucks. So I know I'm aware, but a couple citizens have reached out that there have been food trucks starting to appear around the county. So I just wanted to make my colleagues aware of that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bender. Mr. Collins?
Thank you. Good evening, fellow citizens. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. First, I must propose to the board, or at least give the board knowledge, that I attended the Rappahannock Regional Jail Authority last week with Mr. Miller, and they presented a budget for us, and our percentage increase would be $105,000. And their reasons are they want a 2.5% COLA and a 2.5 merit raise, and that would be, from my understanding, that's on top of what the governor has proposed of the 5%. And I think the superintendent in that governor's thing is 7% for the superintendent, so that would be 10% raise. And the other thing is a proposed salary adjustment for foreign staff for their competitive level for hiring new staff. And the other thing is for their CIP. Stafford's amount will be $650,000. So I need some guidance, because I asked that we not vote on it at that date, because none of the board members, our board members, were aware of what the proposals were, and that I needed to get feedback from you all before I could proceed. If you all could give me some feedback today, I'd really appreciate that.
Could you give me the numbers again, one more time?
So it's 2.5% COLA, 2.5 merit increase. And out of that 105,000, I asked them for a breakdown of all 3 of these categories and the proposed salary adjustment for foreign staff and fund balance for the CIP. So ours was 105,000 total. I asked them to break it out into those 3 categories. And I haven't received that information yet. Mr. Miller, have you received that information?
No, sir, but I will point out that tomorrow I have a Rappahannock Jail Board Finance Committee, which consists of all the the Fredericksburg City Manager and then the county administrators from all the participating organizations. So I may get more information. And I think their plan is a special meeting on the 23rd where they would vote as a board, because they have a March 1 deadline to approve this.
So we requested that they put that out as far as possible, so we could ask our boards what their pleasure is. And so the sooner I can get that information from you all, the better.
Could I ask, so you said the governor had proposed was it 7%?
5%
5%.
for the jail folks, 5% for teachers, and 7% for jail superintendents.
Thank you. That was 7%. And do we know what the cost would be if the cost to King George is the 105 for the extra that they are requesting above the?
Above.
So if they
they
didn't
haven't
go
broken
above
it.
what the governor said, there would be zero impact to King George from the budget perspective?
Incorrect.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
So the 2.5 and the other 2.5 that they're asking additionally is additional from the governors.
That's in addition to the governor.
So it'd be a 10% raise for, I forget how many vacancy have. They have like 71 vacancies.
Okay.
And then the second one is,
They have 71 vacancies. Okay.
so they're working a lot of overtime just to trying to keep the jail staffed.
So is their motivation then, they're saying that in order to attract the people, is that what their justification is? They need to increase the salary?
Well, they mentioned in the meeting that when they adjusted the salary up, that didn't bring any more attraction. So it's like the schools and the teachers and, you know, how much money will attract somebody to that profession. I do not know that answer.
Okay.
But I wanted them to break it out in all three so you all could make a decision, but I haven't got that information. So I need some guidance from you all, which way to progress.
Processing.
Sir?
I'm processing.
Okay. I'll finish my comment and maybe I'll get some feedback. So on Pyramid Health, I imagine that the person's here for Pyramid Health. That was my guess. I don't want to ask you any questions yet and wait for your time. But I must say that so a lot of the citizens stood here and spoke, and they spoke last time. And so I've been on this board for 1 year. I was on the school board for 8 years. And out of those 9 years, this has been the most heart-wrenching thing that has come in front of me. In other words, there's nothing that I could do as a board member to make their lives better. It's just a terrible feeling. Pyramid, I think we need a rehab center. I just don't think it needs to be in that location. That's been the cry from the citizens all along. When one of the speakers spoke about, when did you all know this? Well, let me tell you when I learned of it on Facebook. And should the county board of supervisors know what's going on? You're right, they should. And I did not know what's going on. Did I fail you? Absolutely, I failed you. And how do I feel about that? Obviously, I don't feel too good about that. Is there something I can do? This company bought the land. They bought it by right. They can build according to our zoning ordinance what is there. I look forward when the company comes in front of us to answer some of the questions that you asked and tell us what they can do to make this a better situation for the residents. I often wondered, could they do a land swap? And I don't even know any legality to that. So I just throw that out there. I don't know, but there's a lot of places in King George where that facility would probably be a better suit. But we'll get to that when you come up, sir. And I'm not trying to be aggressive towards you, but I'm just telling you that I am very concerned, just as neighbors are, with, they call them escapees. I don't know what y'all call them, clients, but it is a problem if they do not be in that clinic. I've had experience with these types of clinics, and they never, in my professional capacity, have never been good experiences. So I am very concerned for the citizens of that region. When the one citizen spoke about the outpatient clinic, I am totally against that. I don't want that to occur on that property. Again, I'll go back to our legal position, or my legal position as a board of supervisors and member. There's only so much I can do, but whatever I can do to make this a better situation for them, I will do that. And let me go away from that. And Ms. Level spoke about taxes. You know, as we come forward to the budget year, you just heard me speak of a $105,000 ask from the region where we put our inmates. That's more than what they wanted this year. You heard Ms. Bender speak of $4 million more for the school. So right now, before we've even talked to anybody else, That's $4,100,000 more than last year. Last year was a big tax. You don't call it an increase, but it was, you all got increases. And so we need to bring business in that can help with the tax burden. You all heard from several speakers in regards to the zoning ordinance, in regards to the power plant, battery storage, solar, and data centers. And you will see this come up on our agenda in a few minutes. I think you already know that I am a fan of the special exemption, so we can not have another situation like this that we're experiencing now. And we'll discuss that when that comes forward. I thank you for being engaged, and if other folks can come up with solutions that could help us, I'm waiting to hear. And I hope Pyramid will help us along with this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Mr. Stonehill?
Thank you. Just want to say thanks for everybody coming out. I guess we'll get a lot of answers here in a little while from the gentleman from Pyramid. I hope so. We've gotten lots and lots of emails, phone calls, been stopped at the grocery store, stopped at Walmart in regards to this issue. So I have a lot of questions, and hopefully you can answer questions for the folks that came up here as well. Ordinances, we're still working on ordinances, and hopefully we're going to get those straightened out to the best of our ability. And Mr. Hunsinger, thanks for coming out, and hopefully we can get a lot of people hooked up for your litter cleanups, and get the county cleaned up for that. And just again, thanks for everybody coming out. Too bad we don't have this kind of crowd when we don't have a hot topic. Moving on my report. Did anybody go to the Little Prince last week? Little Prince at the high school. I just wanted to say congratulations and thanks everybody that was involved with that show. Those guys did a great show. Every show I've seen up at the high school, their production, their school, you know, they just nailed it. They did a super job. So I just wanted to say congratulations for all those folks that put all that together. And lastly, I would like to reappoint Mr. Cecil Chapman to the Citizen Budget Advisory Committee. It's going to be year number 4 for him. I wanted to say thank you for him and to reappoint him.
I heard Mr. Collins give a second. So we have a motion properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a motion to appoint Kathy Thompson to the Budget Advisory Board, 3-year veteran.
Second.
All right, we have a motion properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Mr. Stonehill?
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Stonehill. Ms. Kupka?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start by thanking everyone for coming out this evening and joining us, whether you provided public comment or not. We appreciate you being engaged. At least 3 items addressed by multiple speakers are on the agenda this evening for public comment. So I'll reserve my comment until we hear from those presenters later on in the meeting. I would like to make the board aware the discussion item that we struck from the agenda was with regards to Senate Bill 1137 by Senator McPike of Prince William County, who obviously does not represent us or any member locality, frankly, in Planning District 16, which is for everyone out here, King George, Caroline County, Spotsylvania County, Stafford County, and the city of Fredericksburg. So he was proposing the formation of a Fredericksburg Regional Transportation Authority. Monday, January 30th, Ms. Binder and I attended the GWRC meeting where this was a discussion item, and I asked the question to the other member localities, has anyone else in this room heard about this or been consulted about this? And the answer was no. No member of GWRC in attendance at the meeting had been consulted about it. So the bill did make it out of the Finance and Appropriations Committee on February 1st, but died on the Senate floor as none of the senators who represent us at the state level in Planning District 16 had been contacted about it either. So just keep it on the radar. This came up, this was proposed 2 years ago in the General Assembly by someone who represented Stafford in the House of Delegates at the time. But once again, none of the member localities had been consulted regarding our desires. So it probably will pop up again next year. I want to thank the members of the King George Sheriff's Office. I see the sheriff and some of his staff are here this evening who participated in the Polar Plunge over the weekend. They raised $4,900 for Special Olympics. Good job. Other swimmers, I want to congratulate the King George High School boys and girls swim teams who were crowned district champions last week. Congratulations to them and good luck at regionals and states. And I too see Mr. Hunsinger was here this evening and want to once again remind Friends of the Rappahannock will host litter cleanup events with county staff on February 25th and March 25th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. You can sign up on their website. And speaking of someone interested in keeping the county clean and working on litter in the county, I move to appoint Mr. Anthony Statz to the Landfill Advisory Committee.
Second.
All right, we have a motion properly seconded. Do we have any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries.
And that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kupka. Just like to say thank you to everyone for coming out. I appreciate it. It is a well-attended meeting. I believe pretty much every single topic that was addressed or brought up during the public comment will have some presentation. And so there will hopefully be some answers that will be provided at that point and maybe not satisfy completely, but give some better clarity on the current situation of everything. Other than that, I'd just like to say thank you to the Planning Commission for the opportunity to have a joint work session with them on the 24th. Had the opportunity to discuss the planned changes to the Berkeley Group's contract in order to look more deeply into a couple of the zoning activities, data centers, battery storage, and solar facilities. And so I believe as well tonight we're going to have some discussion about some amendments that Mr. Collins was interested in seeing addressed in the current zoning ordinances as well as looking to be adopted in the future. So we'll have that as well. Other than that, the only thing I would like to ask, my EDA appointee, his term had expired. He was not interested in serving another term. So I've been reaching out and trying to find someone. And so Mr. Daniel Hudson, I had some discussions with him. I believe I forwarded his email, everyone, or his resume. Everyone's had the opportunity to see it on the board. And so I'd like to make a motion to appoint Mr. Daniel Hudson to the Economic Development Authority.
Second.
All right, we have a motion properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. And that concludes my report. So Mr. Dines.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Fogarty emailed me his comments and I just forwarded that to you. If you would like them read into the record, if that's possible.
Fair enough. All right, I will read. I know I'll ask that they make sure they get added to the public comment. I know it's a little out of order, but I will accommodate it since he was having some technical difficulty. So it's Mr. Sean Fogarty. I don't have his address. I'll read the statement. My name is Sean Fogarty, and I encourage the board to approve the motion that would require solar facilities, battery energy storage facilities, and data centers as uses permitted by special exception only. I live in western Spotsylvania County near S-Power's 500 megawatt, 1.6 million panel utility solar facility. Although I oppose the S-Power project, a key benefit to county and its residents is that our ordinances require a special use permit for this use. The approval special use permit covers 20 pages and contains over 150 conditions in addition to the requirements in the ordinance related to solar energy facilities. It was the results of multiple meetings with county staff, the developer, and the community. The project was revised on multiple occasions, and the resulting protective conditions in the special use permit have been invaluable in protecting the county and its citizens and in providing the developer community with Spotsylvania County standards when it comes to these large, complex projects. S Power's approval process included at least 6 Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors public hearings and meetings to review and discuss the project and the details of the special use permit. Why did S Power spend tens of millions of dollars in over 2 years getting approval for this project? Because these projects are worth too much money for them to walk away. My suggestion to the board is that although the special exception process requires some additional documentation for the developer and the required public hearings, it will not discourage these developers from continuing to come to King George County. Your rural landscape and access to high power lines provide ample motivation for these developers. An additional example is the Maroon Solar Project in Culpeper County. It was first proposed by Strata Clean Energy in 2020. The company withdrew its original application following intense pushback and submitted a modified proposal in 2021. After that was turned down by the county, Strata returned with its third proposal last year, which is under consideration. These are 40-year projects, and these developers will not easily walk away from them. The recently passed Inflation Reduction Act provided billions of dollars in additional incentives and tax credits for the renewable energy sector, which has made these projects even more lucrative. In terms of other nearby jurisdictions, Page County's solar ordinance is 19 pages and requires a SUP, or utility scale solar projects. Madison County has a 6-page solar ordinance and also requires a SUP. I recommend using the resources available from the state and other counties' experiences to update your ordinance and to allow these facilities by special exception only. Thank you for your time and your service to King George County. Okay. With that, I will close board member reports and I will move on to the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion. Make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. We'll move on to constitutional officers' reports. Report from the King George County Treasurer's Office.
Good evening. I'll be reading the expenditure and receipts report for December and January. For December, the beginning balance was $40,283,643.49. The receipts were $24,196,010.87. Disbursements were $23,700,414.47 for an ending balance of $40,779,239.89, which leads us to January that had receipts of $19,245,528.86 and disbursements of $20,956,838.94 for an ending balance of $39,067,929.81.
Thank you. Did anyone have any questions? Thank you so much for coming out and providing that.
Okay.
And Mr. Miller, could you make sure that those get added to the meetings, the minutes of the meeting?
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sheriff Giles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I have 3 subjects I'm going to go over today for my constitutional report. The first subject is to amend and appropriate fiscal year 2022-23 budget for a VDEM grant. On December 6, 2022, King George County was awarded a grant in the amount of $55,000 from the Virginia Department of Emergency Management, VDEM. These funds will be used to procure a side-by-side all-terrain vehicle to be used for search and rescue. If y'all remember last year's Snowmageddon, one of the resources that I wanted to try to get was a side-by-side, and through the fire department, they were able to secure a VDEM grant of $55,000. So what I'm asking is to authorize the county administrator to accept the VDEM grant in the amount of $55,000 and to appropriate the funds by establishing a revenue line for the grant and an expenditure line for the purchase of the all-terrain vehicle.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Motion.
Please.
Make a motion to amend and appropriate fiscal year 2020-2023 budget for VDAM grant for Chris Giles, King George Sheriff, in the amount of $55,000 in the purpose of a all-terrain vehicle in the amount of $55,000.
Yes, sir.
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. Could I ask for a friendly amendment to also appropriate the funds by establishing a revenue line with a grant and an expenditure line for the purchase of the all-terrain vehicle?
And to accept the VDM grant,
I think we did have accept the VDM grant.
was that in there?
I think
Okay.
Mr. Collins had asked for that. I think with the other two, but yeah, so moved. Okay.
And I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion properly seconded. Is there any further discussion on it?
Just one.
Yes, sir.
So the side-by-side cost $55,000?
The grant is 55,000. We were able to get a quote for a trailer and the actual vehicle for right around 53.
Thank you.
Did anyone else have any questions for Sheriff Giles? All right. No other discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries.
Thank you. Second is to purchase a sheriff's office replacement vehicle. Due to the unforeseen circumstances, a deputy motor vehicle accident that totaled one of our vehicles not slotted for replacement in fiscal year 23. Anytime the insurance companies reimburse us for these total out vehicles, they're posted to the general fund revenues and not directly into my operating budget. So therefore, our vendor through Ford has a pursuit rated vehicle on the lot ready for pickup at this time at a cost of $48,000. So I'm asking that you authorize the county attorney to transfer $48,000 from the general fund balance to sheriff's office operating budget 8105 capital outlay to replace the vehicle and bring my fleet up to par.
So can we hear the second part of that before we motion on the first part of that?
What's the second part?
Transfer? So you want us to transfer money from the ARPA to the general fund so you can pay for that?
Not on this. I have, in my last subject is where I'm asking for ARP funds.
So, question, what are you asking for? $48,000 for another vehicle?
To replace the vehicle that was totaled out, and the monies that they get from the insurance company goes into the general fund. It doesn't go into my operating budget.
So you're saying it was $48,000 that the insurance company provided to the general fund?
Well, the insurance company is going to provide probably anywhere between $13,000 and $14,000 because it's an older vehicle.
Understood. Okay.
In order to get the vehicle on the lot and replace that vehicle, it's $48,000.
Dragon, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, a motion. I move to authorize the county administrator to transfer $48,000 from the general fund balance to the sheriff's office operating budget 8105 capital outlay to replace the vehicle and bring the fleet up to par.
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. Do we have any discussion? I'm just going to ask Sheriff one other question. When was the vehicle? How much longer did it plan to have to be in service?
Probably for another 3 years.
3 years. And how long does each vehicle last on average when you buy it new? Roughly
Usually lasts about 3 to 4 years.
3 to 4. Oh, so it was a brand new?
Well, it wasn't a brand new vehicle, but it was it was a school resource officer's vehicle, which doesn't get a lot of mileage.
Okay.
So we were getting a little bit more out of that one. We usually transfer them over anywhere between 125,000 and 150,000.
Okay.
At mileage. And this one was right at 120. I'm sorry. 118.
118.
But it was a low mileage because it was only to and fro school.
Okay.
So we were able to have this one further out down the road.
I appreciate the clarity. Thank you so much. All right. We had a motion probably seconded. We've had it. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries.
Thank you. And last but not least, Supervisor Collins, transfer of ARPA funds between projects to complete purchase of Sheriff's Office vehicles. In the Sheriff's Office operating budget request for FY 22-23, I requested 8 vehicles to replace our high mileage vehicles. This was removed from the operating budget and funds were appropriated through ARPA funds the county received. We were able to purchase 6 of the 8 vehicles straight off the lot that were pursuit rated for the price that had been included in the budget. However, 2 of the vehicles that are pursuit rated had to be manufactured. While in production, the Ford Motor Company raised the sticker price. Discussion with the vendors, we were unable to result in holding the price firm to the budgeted numbers because they had not received the vehicles to sell, and it was beyond our control. The additional costs for both vehicles, the difference that we budgeted for and what we need now, is a total of $10,380, and I'm requesting that the funds be transferred as followed. From the credit line of 4-160-91800-5899 to 4-160-031-200-5899 in the amount of $10,380.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. Do we have any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, may I ask a question of the Director of Finance? Ms. Hahn, we have the funding available in the ARPA projects line.
Yes, ma'am. I went through today to what we have committed so far, and we have approximately 900, a little over 900,000 left of our ARPA funds.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Did anyone else have any questions or any discussion? All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. We'll move on to report from the County Attorney.
Good evening. I'll try to be brief. I updated you all at the last meeting that some of the first disbursements had been received for the opioid settlement. We have just received notice that there are 2 more settlements in progress. We're expecting that we will receive, as all the other localities of the state, a proposed settlement agreement in the next couple months. So just see an upcoming agenda item in either March or April to likely authorize those settlements. A number of staff members, not just myself, have been involved in trying to get some information on the opioid funds that are available. In addition to the settlement funds that come directly to the county, there are grant opportunities through the Opioid Abatement Authority. Those begin on a rolling basis in March, and the first window for the first 2-year period closes in May. So just wanted to have you all be aware that staff is looking at that. Mrs. Hahn has engaged some of the other finance directors. Mr. Miller engaged the local community services board. So we're working to see how we can maximize our opportunities for funds to deal with opioid abatement here in King George. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Lackey. Did anyone have any questions for Ms. Lackey?
Yes, sir. Ms. Lackey, in the audit, this year's ending June 30th, it says that there's $12,000 of the opioid settlement in our budget for that closed June 30th, 2022. So there's already 12,000.
You mind if I grab that real quick?
You're the next debriefer. Sure.
Well, I was going to say that there's actually more funding available right now. I believe Ms. Hahn could provide that if you want to just wait and let Mr. Grossnickel and Ms. Hahn provide that update on the amount of money that is available that we have received.
That's fine. Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions for Ms. Lackey? Thank you, Ms. Lackey. We will move on to presentations and reports. And so I know we had an amendment, so we will move on to the annual audit. Mr. Grossnickel.
Just so I don't forget, I will before I get into my presentation, I will speak briefly on the opioid. So the Auditor of Public Accounts put out information on some of the initial settlements that were coming down the pipeline, and what the allocation. There was a formula that could be used to determine out of those initial settlements what each locality was going to be receiving. And so for King George County, out of that first batch of settlements was actually $345,781. The $12,000 number that I'm thinking you're referencing is that's going to be paid out over a period of several years. And so that was in the modified accrual basis, you recognize as kind of current, it's into the one of the buckets of fund balance has the delta between what the total receivable is from those settlements and what's considered unavailable. And so what's unavailable is those monies that are, out into future years. And if you look on the full accrual basis where, you have long-term assets and liabilities and some of those revenues, that are not recognized currently on the modified accrual basis and are part of fund balance are shown as your net position. There's a restricted part of, or most of what's in this other restricted net position is $358,000. However, when the APA issued that information, they did indicate that there probably will be potential future additional settlements that will be divvied amongst the localities. So the first amounts that were known in that formula was about $350,000. Yeah. But now I will just get into my presentation for the results of the audit for the year ended June 30th, 2022. We have been engaged to perform a financial statement audit and a compliance report for the county for the year ended June 30th, 2022. Our audit was subject to the auditing standards generally accepted in the United States of America, specifications for audits of counties, cities, and towns, which those specifications are issued by Auditor of Public Accounts for Virginia. The standards for financial audits contained in the government auditing standards issued by the Comptroller General, and also the provisions of uniform guidance. So the main byproduct of our audit process is always our independent auditors' reports. And for the County of King George, there are 3 of those types of reports that are contained in the annual comprehensive financial report or the financial statements. The first being the independent auditor's report itself. That report is really on the numbers contained in the financial statements. And that opinion or report was a modified or a clean opinion on the financial statements. We did have language in that report this year that mentioned the adoption of GASB 87, which was a Governmental Accounting Standards Board pronouncement that was pretty impactful to local governments. It related to lease liabilities and lease assets. And as we've alluded to over the past several years, the GASB board has been very active, and they keep coming out with these pronouncements, and we kind of implement those. And so whenever there's one that has relatively substantial impact, we reference that in the opinion, reference that our opinion is not modified due to the implementation of that standard. You'll also notice if you just were comparing side by side last year's opinion to this year's opinion, the accounting legalese changed a little bit. So every once in a while they change, which paragraph goes where and some of the information that is contained in that accounting opinion. And so you would notice some changes there, but it doesn't mean there was anything of substantive change between what our opinion means or anything of that nature. It just changed the accounting legalese. The other 2 reports that are contained in the financial statements are what I will call compliance-related reports. The first one is what some refer to as the Yellow Book or Government Auditing Standards Report. It's on internal control over financial reporting and compliance. We did note one material weakness in internal controls this year in that report, and that report that material weakness is on the very last page of the financial statements. It lists out the criteria, condition, cause, effect, and then management's response to that. And that related to material audit adjustments that had to be prepared by the external auditors. The other or third and final compliance-related report that we included in our financial statements was the Uniform Guidance Report, or the report on federal expenditures of federal awards. As you're aware, any local government or nonprofit that receives over $750,000 of federal awards in a given year is required to undergo what's called a single audit or uniform guidance audit, in which you audit a sampling of the programs for the compliance requirements that are set forth by the federal funding agencies for those grants. We had no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies to note relative to those federal awards. So that is a clean report on the uniform guidance or the single audit report. We had a couple of communication letters, just standard letters that we usually provide as part of our audit process that are outside of the bound, financial statements or communications from us to those charged with governance and or management. And the first one is a communication with those charged with governance. That one just goes through whether we had disagreements with management, things of that nature. Those were all kind of routine disclosures that we had there this year. We did highlight in that governance letter also the accounting standards change for 87. And so, that's something that we highlight in that letter. And then finally, we have sometimes or regularly items that come to the level of something we recommend as an internal control improvement, but may not rise to the level of a material weakness or significant deficiency, something we call those we call report level findings rather than management letter comments and recommendations. And this year we had two of those types of recommendations that we call management letter recommendations. One related to some items that came up on our sampling that didn't have documentation for approval on the invoice or other documentation. And then there was one of the quarterly 941s had a clerical error on it. And on those payroll tax returns, we just want to make sure that care is being taken to make sure that those are accurate at all times. Just a couple of financial statement highlights. I don't want to get too deep into the financial statements, but I do want to point out a few highlights for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022. The governmental financial statements for a county, city, town have two different bases in them. There's a full accrual basis that kind of puts it on par with like a business. It has all of your assets and liabilities, not just your near-term ones, but your capital assets, your debt, your pension, other post-employment benefit liabilities, things of that nature. And on that basis, the residual or the equity or retained earnings is referred to as net position. And so from that basis, the governmental activities had $87.7 million of net position, June 30th, 22. And that was an increase of $11.9 million from June 30th, 2021. The total fund balances of governmental funds were $89.7 million. And fund balance, that's that other basis I referred to. It's modified accrual basis, or some people just call it a governmental basis of accounting because really governments are the only ones that use it. In that setting, the residual or retained earnings or equity is referred to as fund balance. And it's really the budgetary, for the general fund, capital projects funds, those governmental funds, it's how you typically manage your budget on that basis. And you talk about appropriating fund balance and things of that nature. So again, 89.7 million was the total governmental fund balance. And that was an increase in fund balance of about $8.1 million from June 30th, 2021. There's different buckets, and I'll show you a slide on the buckets of general fund balance and governmental fund balance. And so some fund balance is non-spendable. It can be restricted, it can be committed or assigned for various purposes depending upon what level of restriction, whether the restriction's external or internal, things of that nature. And the residual there that doesn't have those parameters on it is referred to as unassigned fund balance. And so the unassigned fund balance for the general fund at June 30th, 2022 was $34 million. One exhibit that I will highlight for you when you have a chance to look over it, Exhibit 9, is the general fund budgetary comparison schedule. And that goes through the general fund from revenue, high-level revenue budget to actual, as well as the departmental level expenditures, and shows you how the original budget, amended budget, and actual revenues and expenditures lined up for the year. And so for the year ended June 30th, 22, the general fund revenues were under budget by $1.4 million, mainly due to timing of state and federal grant monies that are appropriated out when they're initially incurred, and then timing-wise they may not be spent and be matched up within a given fiscal year. And then general fund expenditures were under budget by about $6.7 million for the year ended June 30th, 2022. And so this is a 5-year chart for the fund balance for just the general fund. And you'll see some of those buckets that I referred to Non-spendable are things such as prepaid expenses. You know, it's an asset, but you've already spent that money, so you can't spend that fund balance again. Restricted is typically things that have external restrictions on it. Committed fund balance is something where somebody has made a commitment, or by nature it's committed and then unassigned. And so you can see the trend there over 2018 to 22. Total fund balances have gone for the general fund have gone from about 27 million to 42 million, and the unassigned from about 19.8 million to about $34.1 million. This is just a visual of the, I don't know if you call that a bar graph or I can never remember which graph is which, but each of the bars there represent one of those categories of fund balance, and you can see that for the most part, all of those categories are increasing a little bit, but the unassigned fund balance is increasing the more rapidly. This is a little chart that shows you the governmental fund revenues by type, and a little trend analysis over the last 5 years. So, you know, each of the lines represents one of the major categories, be it property taxes, other local taxes, intergovernmental charges for services, et cetera. And you can see that, you know, based on these lines, you know, a lot of the revenues some of the revenues remain relatively flat. There's there near the bottom, the property taxes in the last couple of years. And then intergovernmental, you can see, can vary. 2021, obviously, there was a lot of CRF money and other COVID-related monies. 2022, that normalized slightly. There was some ARPA money, and there's still ARPA money being spent out in future years. So as that money is spent coming off of the COVID, there may be some additional fluctuations in that green line there with the intergovernmental grants. This is a pie chart just to kind of give you a breakdown visually of the percentage of total governmental fund revenues by type. And so you can see property taxes is 45.7% of the pie there of total governmental revenues. Intergovernmental being, again, state and federal grant monies is 15%. Other local taxes, that's meals tax and all of your other business licenses, things of that nature, and including in 2022, the cigarette tax was a new one, and that one had a very positive impact on the local revenue category, and that is now going to be part of that red bucket there with your other local taxes. Permits and privilege fees and licenses, about 18%, and then most of the other buckets are relatively small by comparison, certainly. Governmental fund expenditures. This is a line chart that goes through the expenditures related to the main functions for government, general government, judicial administration, public safety, education, and so forth. And you can see that you know, those lines are relatively steady. Public safety trending upward. Education can really you know, kind of go up and down, partly because of grant funding and how much funding they have, but also because of, on the expenditure side, this is total governmental fund, not just the general fund, and it includes capital projects. And so if there's a educational capital project like the middle school expansion, some other projects that were probably going on in 2019-20 timeframe, it can cause a spike in those expenditures there. This is a breakdown just for 2022 of the total governmental fund expenditures. Again, in a pie chart, you can see education, 29%, the largest piece of the pie, public safety being 25%, and then debt service at 12.3% of the pie, with general government and health and welfare and parks and rec and public works kind of all being relatively similar. One thing to note on debt service, when we talk on the governmental side, that includes both debt service principal and interest. Whereas when we're talking on the service authority, you know, their interest is the only thing that shows up in their expense line because the principal payments come right off of the liabilities as they only exist on a full accrual basis. Here, on a modified accrual basis, that 12.3% is principal and interest combined there. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions from the board.
Do anyone have any questions for Mr. Grossnickel? Mr. Collins.
Good evening. Thank you. So I read the report over a 2-day period, and So from a layman's point of view, so do you take receipts and match them up with contracts or expenditures? Do you get down that nitty gritty? Or do you do just the overview of this is the amount spent, this is the, this is the accounting process?
It's not only a process. We do what's called control testing and substantive testing. So control testing would be running a random sample of expenditures, for example, or a random test of water and sewer billings to see that the rates are being charged appropriately, that for expenditures that things are properly approved and documented and things of that nature. Then we perform substantive testing, which would be, for example, on cash, getting all of the bank reconciliations, reviewing those in detail, debt service, reconciling, all of the debt service activity. So, it's a combination of control testing and substantive testing. And so we are not looking at every single expense, every invoice that comes through. We are doing a combination of, testing those for controls through sampling and also looking at the substantive testing for balances.
So through sampling. Thank you. My second question is, so if I, as a general supervisor or as the public, have a question in regards to our internal controls and our accounting, and I asked a question such as how much did snow removal cost this year? As in equipment, personnel, for any period of time, let's say a snowmageddon. There's no project codes or no coding that would tell me that I can pull this out like you can on QuickBooks. You can pull out every bit of information you need. So in your opinion, would that be an internal control that we needed to implement?
So local governments in Virginia follow what the APA sets forth as the uniform, chart of accounts, essentially. And so it doesn't get down to the level of, project-based expenditure reporting. That's certainly, you can drill down into, say, any expenditure line and run detail on that. But the thing with Bright, the Bright accounting system, I will say, is not maybe as user-friendly as QuickBooks is, in that when you look at the detail, it doesn't have necessarily a lot of information about every single transaction. And so you would need some legwork, but that, again, is not something that, local governments in Virginia are not required to follow some level of detail to what you're explaining.
So the Office of Public Accounts sets guidelines for how it's managed and how it is presented. And other agencies have project codes or specific codes to whatever the operation is, so that you can determine budgeting and you can determine long-term cost. You can determine all these other things that are useful in budgeting, but we don't have that. So I guess my question is, in your opinion, as an auditor, should we have that?
I mean, it's my opinion that you follow the uniform chart of accounts that the Auditor of Public Accounts puts out. They require financial information to be reported in the manner that it's presented in the annual comprehensive financial report, so that it can be comparative across all their localities. If there are certain things that internally you want to be able to analyze, that certainly would be a great management tool and budgeting tool to have some of those things that you described. But the county is following what the Auditor of Public Accounts has set forth as the way that governments, handle things compared to like a contractor or something else.
So government as in state and local government?
Local governments.
Not so.
Local governments in
I'm familiar
counties, cities, and towns.
I'm familiar with state government, and everything has a code, so you can determine what everything costs, from labor to material to a time period like a snow removal. But we don't have that.
Right, and a lot of state governments are more of project-based, like VDOT, for example. I mean, that's how, everything's driven from that standpoint, whereas the way the Auditor of Public Accounts has structured the Uniform Chart of Accounts for local governments, it's structured more from a departmental focus of, okay, the sheriff's office, that's the department we want to focus on from a budgetary standpoint. The Economic Development Office, these different offices, and then within there, you're typically going to have codes for salaries, benefits, equipment purchases, all those kinds of things, capital outlay, contractual. And so that's really the way, and that's how you adopt your budget and how all local governments adopt their budget in a way that follows along with that accounting process.
So can I ask some more questions? Anybody else? I've already done 2, 3. You got,
Does anyone else have any questions that they would like to?
one.
Go for it. We'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Collins. So you noted in the, is this the management letter?
That one is, yes.
This one is,
ma'am.
right? And this one is the financial statement findings. So you noted in the management letter approval for payment that in the testing that Mr. Collins was inquiring about, was it across the board, the sample that you did, or were there certain departments? And if so, if there were certain departments that clearly had an issue with that, has that been, I'm not asking to dime anyone out, I'm just saying, has it been communicated to our administrator and the director of finance to work with them if they have a deficiency?
Yeah, that issue was not pervasive by any means. It was a few instances out of our expenditure testing, and it was not confined to a specific department that really needed to go the extra mile. It was just a reminder, it was kind of, I think, isolated incidents within departments, and they were not, large dollar transactions or anything of that nature either. So I think it's just more of a point to due diligence on as the bills are being processed, to kind of give the departments that little extra help to check behind them and make sure that somebody has approved that for payment, rather than, at some cases it is more isolated to one department, and maybe that's more of a management issue within that department.
Thank you very much.
So, sir, I noticed that our lease liabilities, we have lease liabilities for the school board, for our own governmental, and for the water authority. And I noticed that lease liability is raised, and it seemed to become some concern through the audit, along with pension, and our increased amount for pensions of our portions that we take as liability from the school board, and it goes against our bond rating. I noticed in the bond rating that we're kind of getting close to our ceiling. So do you have any advice or guidance in regards to those 2 items?
Yeah, so as far as the lease liabilities, that was a new standard that required all local governments to put on their lease liabilities, and if they are leasing out things, a lease receivable. And for the lease liabilities, it really almost offsets, because if you're leasing, say, equipment, you put on a liability and then an asset for that equipment, and it's really just a mechanism to track those long-term liabilities that you have. You've had those leases in the past, they were just considered operating leases. And so those operating leases, you just paid cash flowed, year to year, whether it was a copier or a vehicle or whatever it may be. And there was nowhere that a financial statement user could see, okay, what's the long-term commitment we kind of have out there? And so what the Governmental Accounting Standards Board said is, let's put that on there and show that you also have gained sort of an asset for the right to use that asset. And so they somewhat offset you're paying off the payments, so the liability goes down over time, and you're depreciating the asset. So the asset value at the end of the day, when the lease is over and you have no net amount of asset and you have no liability left. So that one was more of just a change, and we highlight it because it's a new thing that hasn't been accounted for in the past. Some localities in doing so, one thing that has been a byproduct of it, some have said, okay, well, maybe there's debates on leasing versus buying. Maybe we should buy things rather than lease, because what the lease liability standards do show is that there's at least an implicit sort of rate of interest that you're paying over time by leasing rather than buying right away. And so that is one thing that a lot of times these GASB pronouncements bring to light something that has nothing to do with accounting, just more of a management thought. Like when the other post-employment benefits standard went into effect, some localities that were paying for health insurance or stipends for retirees, when they see that long-term liability on the balance sheet, some have reevaluated, should we cover some of that kind of thing. And so that's that's one of the things with that lease standard is there can be discussions for local governments on lease versus versus buy various items. Now some of those things are buildings, and if you're renting office space, that may or may not be practical to go that route depending what you're leasing it for. In regards to the other point was pension. So the pension, I will note that for 2022, the pension and OPEB, other post-employment benefits, on a whole did go down based on the fact that it trails a year behind with all the VRS plans. They all are reported based on a measurement date that's 1 year behind. And if you'll recall, June 30th, 2021, the market was zooming at that time. So the pension assets were higher, the liabilities, then the net liabilities were brought a little lower. As you look next year, we may have a little reversal in that because of the market at June 30th, 2022 was not so rosy. Comparing Virginia municipalities which participate in the Virginia retirement system to other states, local governments, Virginia's system is better funded than a lot. You hear about the Illinois and some other states, and Virginia's funding ratio is quite high. The one thing, and I think I've alluded to it in the past, the one side of it is that the school professional plan, has a very large liability. And with all the plans, there isn't anything that the county board of supervisors itself can necessarily do other than to pay the rates that they, apply, or to, bring up if you're involved in things with VRS and you think it should be funded in a different manner, to bring those to them, because these are things that they set the rates on. It used to be years ago, I want to say 10 years ago, they would give you an option of paying one rate, or you could pay a higher rate. They removed that option, and now there's just pretty much one rate. And you'll see that the county plans and the school non-professional plans on a whole are a little bit better funded than the school professional plan. And that has nothing to do with, King George County schools or anything of that nature. It's those are tied sort of in with the state plan. And many years ago, the state took a holiday on funding VRS. And when they did that, there's so many people in the school professional plan that stood out a little bit. And it also happened at a time when the market was depressed. So that plan hasn't had the benefit of those increases there. So from a big picture standpoint, you don't have a lot of control over those pension liabilities. And however, VRS is much better funded than a lot of other plans.
So my last question, I promise. So VRS, we are required to put a certain amount in for each employee per quarter. The VRS this year, their rate, they have a good rate. They make money in order to pay for these liabilities, but they were only 6.5% when the inflation rate was 8%. So I'm concerned that they'll do what they did a couple years ago and require local governments to pitch in more money, which would create more liability for the county. So that's why I was asking that question.
Yeah, I mean, I think, things go up and down. Like I said, 2021 was a great year for VRS and for the market in general. 2022 not so much. They really try to look at a long range forecast when you look at your pension liabilities. And so from King George County's net portion of all these liabilities, it will be smoothed in a little bit, these fluctuations, because what they do is when there is a huge increase in the market, and so the net investment return has really helped out the bottom line, they smooth that in over 5 years, the impact of that. And the same way, if you get a big downturn in the market, they smooth that in through what's called either deferred inflow or outflow. So it's created to smooth that over time. But to your point, if you had a prolonged period of market downturns, that certainly could be something that impacts the rate, the participation rate or funding rate.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? All right. Mr. Grossnickel, I appreciate your time. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Ms. Hall, leave with a presentation on by right development.
Good evening. My name is Heather Hall. I'm the Director of Community Development. I've been asked here tonight to provide a brief but informative presentation regarding by right development. Every property in the county has a zoning designation. This provides the base of what your by right uses could be. For example, A is for agricultural, C is for commercial, R is for residential, and I for industrial. By right is defined as a use permitted or allowed in a zoning district of the property in question and which complies with these zoning regulations and other applicable ordinances and regulations. Our online GIS website is a great tool that you can simply put in your address and search. On the right hand, where the red arrows are, you can turn on different layers to show your zoning classification. King George County website holds quick links to all of these tools. This is Community Development's homepage, where you can find quick links to the GIS website, zoning ordinance, and other great tools and news flashes, one of them being our new zoning and subdivision ordinance that we're currently overhauling, and is available for public view. If you follow the blue arrows to the planning and zoning subpage and scroll down, you will find the planning and zoning page where you can find the quick link to our current zoning ordinance that is in effect. It will then take you to the Muni Code website where all of our county codes and ordinances are held. This is King George Muni Code's website, and on the left column you can choose Appendix A, which is our zoning ordinance, and then scroll to find each zoning classification, agricultural, commercial, etc., that you found on your GIS zoning map. Each zoning classification has a list of uses permitted by right and additional uses permitted by special exception. Special exceptions require a public hearing, typically by the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. However, the board has the right to retain an application, but is traditionally viewed by both boards. By right development does not require a public hearing or any kind of public notice per the King George County zoning ordinance. A shameless plug for our new ordinance is a chance to show you our new use matrix. As you can see, it is much simplified in the layout, and you can quickly and easily find zoning districts and what is B by right, SE for special exception, and if it is blank, it is not permitted in that zoning district. Community development tries to be transparent by providing monthly director reports to the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission. This document is a part of the Board of Supervisors packet at the second meeting of each month. Under Director's Report, part of the report includes developments currently under review, under construction, and the report breaks down each by the type of development: commercial or industrial development, major subdivisions, rezoning, special exception request. Only rezonings and special exceptions require public hearings, adjoining property notifications, and posting an ad in the Freelance Star. However, just because the development is by right does not mean that it does not follow regulations. These plans are still reviewed for compliance with the local zoning ordinance, VDOT, King George Service Authority, or Virginia Department of Health, Army Corps of Engineers, Fire and Rescue, just to name a few. Some key factors to keep in mind is community development can only enforce contents of the zoning and subdivision ordinance as it is currently written. Any changes to the ordinance will have to go through a public hearing process through this board, as well as that being said, localities can only adopt ordinances in which the Commonwealth of Virginia provides the ability to regulate. As always, if you have questions, please contact our department. We would love to help further educate, answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. I'm going to ask a quick question clarification. So I appreciate you bringing up the staff report provided on the second board meeting, which is available to the public to see.
Yes, sir.
So it's a good tool in order to go on and see the list of commercial building projects that are proposed and under construction, as well as you said, as major subdivisions. If someone were to have a question about one of those, would they be able to come into the community development office and just try to gain information on what that project might be?
Yes, that is our job. We are here to help and assist. Any questions? We do this every day. Most people do it once in their lifetime, so we're here to answer any questions.
Okay. And so even if it's a by right activity, someone could then say, hey, I'm just kind of curious to know more about what a Bayside dealership, as one of the ones that's on the most recent one. They could come in, and if they had any questions, they could ask you about it.
Correct. Those are all public records. You can take a look at the site plan, how it's laid out, building plans, etc.
Okay. So I only bring that up just to share as a tool for everyone to be able to know that they can use that to better understand the kinds of activities that are going on in the community as well. Did anyone else have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Bitter.
My quick question is, thank you, is for a by right. And I know I've been on the board for 6 years, and we've had things that have come in front of us that were decided a long time ago. Could you explain a little bit about that? When something is by right and it was a long time ago, I'm going to give you the example of Potomac Landing in Section 4. That would be one that it was.
So Potomac Landing Section 4 is a by right subdivision. Again, that property, if I remember correctly offhand, is A2, minimum lot size of 2 acres. That is its development right. It does have to comply with all the major subdivision requirements, all of the reviews that we talked about, Service Authority, Health Department, etc.
And why I bring that up is sometimes there's decisions, and if I remember correctly, it was from 1988, things that have been done a long time, and we might not be aware of it until it comes in front of us.
Yes, so our current ordinance is originally adopted in 1987. We have made updates, changes, Band-Aids to it since then, but we are currently overhauling that ordinance to hopefully make better decisions in the future.
And I appreciate that, and we are not the only locality. When I was at Rural Government Day, there's a Northern Virginia locality that has not updated their ordinances since 1978. So it is a major overhaul and a major, undertaking, and it's not done lightly, and it's good we're doing it. But I appreciate you coming and your staff's help with educating a little bit more.
And we appreciate the support to achieve that overhaul. We wouldn't be able to do that without you guys. Thank you.
Ms. Kupka?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you indulge a request to have Mr. Dines pull a map up from our comprehensive plan in 2019 up on the big screen for the benefit of the citizens?
I'm fine with it if Mr. Dines has it available.
So I'm going to ask Ms. Hall a question based on it. So Mr. Dines, if you can, or Mr. Panicotti, if you can help out, go to the comp plan on the county website. And I'm looking for map 5. It looks like it's on page 172, which is the Dahlgren settlement area, please. And so I do this, I'm sure our professional staff is aware of what I'm going to ask and why, but I would like the public to have the opportunity to see the map as well. So there was a question posed during public comment by a citizen. When was this change in zoning done?
So a change of zoning is a formal application, a rezoning application. Comprehensive plan provides maps of a guide of where we would encourage versus discourage a rezoning. However, if someone were to come in today, a rezoning application would have public notices, adjoining property owner notifications, public hearings, etc.
That's it.
As you can see, the red of that area is all commercial.
Commercial. So in 2019, when the comprehensive plan was reviewed, it was already commercial.
It was already commercial, and if I remember correctly, there were no recent rezoning, Gateway, Bayside Ford, all of those areas were zoned commercial as well.
That was going to be my next question. Have there been any recent rezoning applications on that parcel
No, ma'am.
since this map was published in 2019?
No, ma'am.
So when this parcel changed hands to its current owner,
It only changed ownership.
it only changed ownership in 2022. It was already zoned C2,
That's correct.
and there was no request put in for a rezoning.
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
No, I'm sorry, ma'am. At this point, no. Other board members, any other questions? Okay. Ms. Hall, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I know we have a presentation from Pyramid. I apologize, I'm not sure your names.
Good evening. My name is Gary Davis. I am the Vice President of Operations for Pyramid in Virginia. And I thank you for the opportunity to come speak with you today. I am coming on the back end of a cold, so forgive me if I sound a little congested. So we had submitted, actually, let me first start by saying that I am a resident of Williamsburg, Virginia. And I have been in the healthcare industry roughly 30 years, behavioral health for just over 11. And thank you, sir, for your service. I too am a veteran as well. And I just feel like where we're at today is to just really provide an overview of Pyramid's intention, as well as answering any questions that may not be clear to you or through our frequently our FAQs that we did submit. So with that being said, I first want to start with the area that we're concerned with today is the King George County area. Part of Pyramid's mission is to help Virginia provide substance abuse treatment beds and the availability to those beds throughout the state and the region. So this area is one that is has a demand that we have been able to ascertain through the community health needs, and that assessment has led us to this point where we're today. My objective and my goal for that treatment center in this area is to get it started and to get it operationally intact. And we don't want this to be a nuisance to anybody in the community, and we don't want this to be something that draws a lot of attention to it. In fact, we want the opposite. A lot of our clients seek safety and confidentiality when they come into treatment. And one thing that we want to make sure is clear is that it's not one that we want to have, people recognizing other people that may be a treatment because of the personality and privacy issues.
If they charge you a shipping fee.
Okay. So in this area alone, we in 2020, we've seen a 33% increase in emergency department visits. One of our main objectives is to help alleviate the pain points in the emergency rooms by providing an outlet for clients who have either overdosed or have shown some type of high abuse to their drug of choice. And we can take clients straight from EDs and alleviate that concern for them into our treatment center. The overdose deaths, as we continue to hear on news and have heard for well over 10 plus years, and the drugs continue to get stronger and more dangerous on the streets. So my motto has always been that every admission is actually a life saved. If we could bring somebody into the treatment center, we're helping them become free of their drug of choice and hopefully find a new path in their life. Currently, the age group that we traditionally see in our treatment centers is between the ages of 18 to 35 in the males and a little bit older, 35, and a little older in women. And we currently have a treatment center in Newport News that I can speak to as to how we operate that facility. Right now, we currently have 88 beds that we are servicing for detox level of care and residential level of care. The community health needs assessment, as you see on this slide here, really pulled out the top three important health issues that were brought up from the Rappahannock Area Community Health Assessment, which was the mental health problems, COVID-19, alcohol, drug, and/or opioid abuse. The top three risky behaviors was drug abuse, alcohol abuse, and not getting immunizations or vaccines. And the last one was the 3 ways to improve the quality of life, was affordable housing, mental health, and substance use services, and good jobs and a healthy economy. And then lastly, areas and localities, the percentage of age-adjusted adults reporting binge drinking or heavy drinking by locality, you can see that King George is at 20%. So these statistics alone is what we used when we were looking at where a treatment center could be beneficial to the surrounding communities and to the state itself.
Could I ask what age-adjusted percentages, what does that mean, age-adjusted percentages? I'm sorry, I don't understand really what's that saying?
Adults reporting reporting binge or heavy drinking in the state of Virginia. That was part of the community health needs assessment. So I would assume that that's based on a private questionnaire, that if you're asked that question, you're answering that.
Age-adjusted, though. I just don't understand what that means in regards to the percentages. So when I don't know if I'm being dense. I apologize if I am. Okay. No idea?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can I ask, based on that, since you asked that question? Thank you. So I'm seeing a lot of information from the health survey that was suggested by the Virginia Department of Health. Is this where it was driven to choose a site, was basically off a survey?
Correct.
So is this kind of, I guess, I don't know if this is a question you can answer, but the VDH works in partnership with your organization to find areas that they feel need consideration or need assistance?
We don't have a particular partnership with Virginia Department of Health. It was just based on the information that was provided from the community health assessment.
I guess what I'm looking for is that a normal model for your healthcare, for your companies to use these health assessments to target a community or find a community?
To provide a resource for the communities through our business development teams.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. That was it that I had for the actual presentation piece to go over some of the data. I know that there's a lot of questions and I'm happy to answer those and field those.
So I'll start. I know the citizens had asked a lot of questions. I don't know if you would like to, I don't know if you wrote any of this down or if you would like to field.
I have a couple of notes.
So yeah, I'll let you freeform it if you would like.
What I would like to do is just present a little bit of information of the overview of the facility itself. It is 18 and up. It is a 100-bed facility. Licensing would be for 80 residential beds, 3.5, and 20 detox beds. And there would be licensing that allocates for those beds. And we would typically start with a very slow ramp up when the building is completed. We will hire about 120 staff total, run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We provide our own transportation for the clients to and from their localities and locations. We do need to be mindful that although I've heard the term escapee, we don't refer to them as escapees. We do service jail clients that are released either on bonds or hearings as part of their adjudication processes. But we also have a criminal justice team that reviews every legal referral that's brought in that prevents us from taking violent offenders and so forth. So we have the right to refuse treatment for someone, and we do based on presentation, based on clinical information, and also based on our own milieu, meaning how the unit's doing itself. Sometimes adding one more person in there can make, a really long day and night for our staff. So we are mindful of those as we make decisions for admissions. We have criteria that's set forth that we already use in Newport News, and our clients are scheduled for that transportation, usually within the following day. Sometimes we can do a day-to-day transfer, but it usually, from hospital systems, it usually takes a day to 2 days to get them to the facilities. When it comes to the rights of a client, I just want to be clear that they have a right to be there, but they also have the right to leave. When we talk about an escapee or a lockdown unit, we are not a psychiatric unit nor a psychiatric hospital. So our clients are not temporarily detained or brought in under a TDO as you would see in a psychiatric hospital. They are voluntary, and many of them, if not most, want to be there. And they want to remain anonymous to the community as a whole because they're looking to make a lifestyle change. They do, as I said, they do have the right to leave. However, part of that is that we do provide transportation. So they can leave either under a behavioral or they can leave under against facility or medical advice, And we would arrange their transportation either through our own division, through a local agency such as a cab or Uber, or our own staff will transport them back to their location. Most of them will come with, a month's worth of clothing. So they're interested in taking all of their belongings and leaving. So in many times we see that they will just patiently wait for their ride and get on to their next level of what they want to do. So we're not here to just open the doors and let everybody come and go freely. We do have rules and regulations that we have to abide by accreditation, I'll get the word in a second, by accrediting agencies as well as state regulations and as the Department of Behavioral Health licensing. So we have to be very mindful of how we're operating and making sure that we're following those rules so we're not cited for any inconveniences. Our clients typically will stay in detox for about 5 days. Then they would transfer into what we call 3-5 or residential treatment for an additional 21 to 28 days, depending on their needs. And from there, we will have a team of discharge planners who would get them set up and arranged for their next step down level of care. Many of that happens behind the scenes. A car pulls in, a car pulls out, and away they go to their next level of care on their recovery path. When it comes to roaming around free of the building and things of that nature, we do not allow that. They do not roam around the campus. The construction, as I see it right now, has a center pod where it would be in the middle of the building itself. If you think of a courtyard, that's where their air breaks, that's where their time outside of treatment would be spent. So it would not be spent in the parking lot roaming around or roaming by fences or anything of that nature. They would be there in the treatment center for that duration. In the units, there are locked doors and what we call fobs. They're basically badge accesses by staff. All clients are escorted through the building by staff 24 hours a day. And that usually is just the norm on how we transition them from one floor to the next, to their meals, things of that nature. Residents and staff. So the residents themselves, like we said, are not driving. We do not permit them to drive to the treatment center. We will go get them and we will get them back home. So traffic in general and parking in general is not a concern to the parking side for us, as we know that we'll be controlling their movements as far as transportation is concerned. Are there any questions or any other questions? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if you were still.
Oh, yeah, I'm
I
sorry.
didn't want to
Yeah, I
cut
was
you off.
just kind of reviewing the frequently asked questions that we presented to you.
Okay, I'll work my way down. Ms. Bender?
I just have a quick question. You had mentioned this is based on Newport News. Do you only have one other facility in the state of Virginia?
Yes, ma'am.
So this would be this, right? You had mentioned that a lot
So
of
this would be the second treatment center.
in Virginia. Are you a bigger company nationwide?
We're allocated in 7 states, 8 states total. And this particular treatment center would be a part of the Pyramid Medicaid division. So primary focus on Medicaid population.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Collins?
So the question was asked by the public, is there an outpatient clinic?
The space allocated for the building is residential and detox only. To this point where I stand in front of you, I would say no. There is no outpatient capabilities slated for inside the building, nor is methadone a part of the treatment regimens that we're doing.
And what occurs when someone decides to walk out of the building?
So first we'd have to let them out, right? So we have clinical interventions that we do, try to talk with them. Usually the community will wrap themselves around that individual. Their primary focus is to go out and, either get away from what they're facing there or to just leave. It's overstimulating. It's too much for them to take in at that moment. So we do clinical intervention. We do discharge planning for them, provide them resources. And at the end of the day, if that client decides that they want to leave, we set them up with transportation. We gather their belongings, all of their things. We mark them as a discharge from the system, and we provide them transportation.
So they can't get out once they get in?
If they're with staff, they can transition throughout the building, but by themselves, no. And the reason we do that is because it's a 2-floor construction design, and we have men and women on separate floors, and they go through treatment separately.
Okay, the question was, can they get out? And your answer is no, they can't get out. Okay. So is there any fence line or anything that would, if someone did get out, like climb into the roof and jumping or whatever means necessary, what would happen once they hit the parking lot? Will they get into the neighborhood?
In a situation, something like that, I don't know what the fencing scope of work is for this property, if it goes all the way around or just by the neighborhood itself. Our typical action right now is to call local law enforcement.
Okay.
Especially if there's a concern for the client's safety.
So the client's safety is first?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'll ask the questions. Thank you. How about their safety? That was my next question.
Absolutely. 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 Safety is paramount for us. In my years of experience, I've not had this happen. I've seen it happen in psychiatric hospitals, to some degree, I guess expected. But in a substance abuse treatment center such as this, I've not seen this happen in my experience. But our protocol still remains the same, is that if that client were to do something of that nature, we would notify the emergency contacts and local law enforcement.
So in my experience, as a previous law enforcement officer, my calls for service to these facilities have been everything from hostage taking to leaving the building without permission. And so I don't, please tell me how you can make the neighbors feel comfortable with that facility there, and why wouldn't you put it somewhere that wasn't in a neighborhood? Is Newport News in a neighborhood?
It is. So the safety comes from the protocols, the practices that we put into place, as well as the security within the building. So again, the doors are fobbed, badge access only, and that is our number one way of creating the safe and security. So when the client is inside the building, they're inside the building until we discharge them.
And how many calls for service from the police department? And the second question is, how many calls for service for the fire and rescue do you receive at Newport News per month?
I don't have that data in front of me. I know that from time to time those calls are made for safety reasons, but usually it's for the client's safety rather than staff and neighborhood. It's usually a situation where the client is not compliant and they are looking for a way to just leave. And so because we have concerns for their safety, that's when law enforcement gets involved. Our training does not allow us to put hands on them at this level of care, so our intervention is minimal, but we still have protocols that we follow for safety.
So my next question will be, so has the sheriff's office and or fire and rescue been briefed in regards to your, excuse me? Caseload. Not caseload, your security procedures, your how they can get in the building if your staff is being held hostage, all those type of things. Has there been any communications with those two departments?
We have spoken to the local Newport News department.
No, King George.
No, sir, not at this time. We are happy to have that conversation.
So I have no more questions, but I do have opinions, and I'll let everybody give their questions first.
Come back to you, Mr. Collins. Mr. Stonehill?
Mr. Davis, thanks for coming out. Sitting in the hot seat up there, I can tell. So, tell me again, how and why King George? I mean, I know you brought your data up there and your stats, and you know we have 20% of binge drinking or whatever. But how and why King George?
So I can't personally I can't answer that question honestly because the decision for King George was made before I joined the team of Pyramid. I've only known about it up until this point. So I can't speak to the exact reasons why the location came into calling. All I know is what I know standing here before you today.
So they've been looking at King George for a while?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea how many the ratio between like a court order, justice ordered, system ordered, as opposed to private people?
I don't know specifically for this area. I would say in Newport News, we tend to admit maybe 5 court clients a week out of the 88 beds.
5, you said?
5.
Employees, you said how many per shift? You say 120
No, sir. I said approximately 120 total staff.
total.
Yes, sir.
So how many? I'm looking at cars. We have a huge traffic issue in that area, just an awful traffic issue. So how many cars would you estimate, or employees that would be coming in and out of there? I guess it's you had 3 shifts or something?
Yeah, we'd run it on 12-hour shifts for most of the direct line care staff. Support staff such as dietary, housekeeping, they would have a variety of hours throughout the day, not always on the 12-hour shift. So approximately 40 cars, 40 to 50 staff during the day, less on the weekends and nights. So that 120 is typical for our full workforce and pool of people when it's at 100 beds open.
And you said the folks coming and going, you pick people up, they're not allowed to leave. I'm looking here on y'all's website, and it says people are not allowed to leave. Family cannot come and go except for prearranged visitation. That almost sounds like jail. Kind of. They can't leave. People can't come visit. Can't drop off packages. That's all right here on the website.
Sure. So not being able to leave is probably more generic than it needs to be. Again, as I said, based on local human rights, we can't detain anybody or keep them there against their will. They have a right to leave if they want to leave treatment. They just can't leave the building and go to 7-Eleven for a drink on their own. We don't allow that.
So they could leave AMA and they're gone. They're gone. I mean, then what? You spoke to Mr. Collins about calling the sheriff's office or whatever. I mean, did these people, would they be brought back into the facility, or like if you're gone and you're out?
So it could go either way. Sometimes people do just decide to leave. They go back home, wherever that may be, and we provide that transportation for them. Sometimes they get to the door and they realize that they don't want to do that and they decide to come back while they're in the midst of making those decisions. Other folks may leave and then in a few weeks later may call back to the facility or to the admissions department and can be readmitted for their second stay, third stay, what have you.
So they can come back repeatedly?
Sometimes they do.
Mhm.
If clinically we determine that because I'm not a clinician, I'll be clear about that. But if clinical team and the medical director decide that the client is, really hit what we call a max gains, they've done everything they can within their program, then they may be recommended to go to a different program and try something else. But a readmission to us is not a treatment failure. It's not a failure.
What is medically managed detoxification?
That's the withdrawal management. So based upon the history and the use of a client would dictate the protocols that we use to help them get clean and start on the sober life. So getting over the sickness and the illness that may be caused by the use of heroin, opioids, or alcohol.
So what type of drugs does Pyramid use to help people get over that hump?
So it's provider specific. Every provider usually follows a simple protocol with a variance of different drugs. I'm not an MD, so I'm not going to try to speak to everything on a protocol, but it's comfort medications, it's tapering, it's stepping them down as they go from day 1 to day 5 to ease their symptoms and pain. We do assessments. Nursing team will do assessments on the clients while they're in detox and continue to monitor them. So if there is a client who begins to become more ill or sick beyond our level of care, then we may call on EMS for a higher level of care.
So the facility up in Pennsylvania and then out in Charlotte Hall, it says, that it is a methadone clinic. Is this a methadone clinic?
No, sir.
Okay. Is methadone used at a facility like this?
It is not. It is not standard treatment protocol to use methadone at this level of care.
Or Suboxone or any of the other drugs that are used to
So
help?
we may use Suboxone from time to time. Again, it's a medical director's discretion. Sometimes Suboxone's used in the detox protocol. Other times it's used for severe opioid use disorders. And that is a clinical and medical decision that's made individually and case by case. It's not a all-encompass for anyone and everyone that comes through the door. It's clinically driven, that decision.
But there are methadone, I'm going to use that word because that's the one that everybody thinks of, type drugs that are used to help people.
So if I can provide a little feedback on that, methadone is not a treatment that we provide at this level of care. The only thing that we would do with methadone is we would detox from methadone, and they have to be on a pretty low dose in order to be detoxed. It's pretty severe detox, and we typically will not do that.
So the different Pyramid facilities like York, Pennsylvania, Charlotte Hall, Newport News, King George, they're all different levels? Because
Yes,
it seems
and they provide different levels of care based on those community needs.
Well, what if, our community might need something, but what about the folks that are bussed in from other areas and stuff that are really not part of our community? It just looks like, looking at your website, all the different, your different facilities clearly it says right here that it's a methadone, the one in Pennsylvania, I'll say. So is that a higher level of care or?
Not necessarily. Methadone is an outpatient treatment protocol, but that's not what we're going to be doing in King George.
I'm sorry, we don't have.
We do not do methadone in Newport News.
Okay. How about you had brought up talking to the sheriff's office and fire rescue about increased calls and stuff. Nobody has reached out to either one of those two departments
For King George, no, sir, we have
for
not.
King George? I think that's something that should be very high on your all's list, because even having our little, minute clinics and, things that we have here in King George, the nursing home, dialysis center, the amount of traffic that just those have caused our fire rescue is dramatic.
Okay.
About the calls. So I would certainly get with both of those departments quickly. Time frame, shovel in the ground to opening of doors.
I would go 12 to 18 months.
And you had said, in your own words, at this point, no outpatient treatment. Could that change?
It could. It's not uncommon to have outpatient as part of a treatment plan, from a residential treatment center. I think our first objective would be to have our business development team look at the local area and find where there is a place we could already refer and step down to, and not provide an additional resource unless it's necessary to do that.
Okay.
And sometimes, not to cut you off, but sometimes that could be the community services board. It could be private practices that are already in place, different levels of care that are already in the community now.
So you all do interact with the CSB and stuff?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I have lots more, but I'll pass the hat to Mrs. Kupka. But thank you for those questions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Stonehill. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So can I ask a quick question of council? Ms. Lackey, I found some information online that may help address Chairman Granger's question about what age adjusted is. And I'm assuming since we're in a meeting, if I email it to all of my colleagues, I'm not creating another meeting because we're already in a meeting. Am I safe to do that?
Yeah, I would just let the public know what, the general content.
I'm about to.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
I assume you would.
Okay. So your slides in your presentation, Mr. Granger, Chairman Granger asked a question about what does age adjusted mean for alcohol abuse, I think it was. So, and you said the decision to come here was driven in part by this community health assessment, right? So that's what I'm about to send to my colleagues here. It's 183 pages long. It is a community health assessment that was recently performed in conjunction with Virginia Department of Health, our local Rappahannock Area Health District, and Mary Washington Hospital, Mary Washington Healthcare. So the graph that you had, that data is pulled right from this report that I'm going to send them. And then I'm going to send them a link to the CDC that talks about, it's referred to it later in this report, references your data here. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, quick stats, age-adjusted percentages of adults greater than 18 years who are current regular drinkers of alcohol by sex, race, and national origin, right? So I'll send this to all of you. But so the bigger question for me is, I'm hearing some things that are really concerning me because you're saying whether it's you or your corporate office relied on this data, right? This data from our local health district and the Commonwealth of Virginia to decide to come here. Did anybody read the whole report? Because if you read the whole report, it says in the report, in particular, when they interviewed citizens survey respondents in King George County, they expressed concern because we don't have a hospital in King George. And at times we have to wait or suffer a 40-minute drive to the hospital or wait for an ambulance because there's not one in service. So I have to bring that concerned to you because I'm the fire rescue liaison to the Board of Supervisors. And I work right that way, 2 doors down here on Route 3, and I hear the ambulances go by all day long. And if you're telling me that your backup plan is if you have someone you can't deal with, you're going to call my guy here or my guy in the back row, I don't have a whole lot of confidence in that right now.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
All right. Then my next question is, I know part of the normal review process here is you submit an application to staff. Staff provides you with comments. You review it, work on it some more, revise your application, give it back to staff. My understanding is that's happened 2 or 3 times. Have you had any direct interaction with the service authority, our water board?
I have not.
King George County Service Authority. So right now, can I ask Ms. Hall a question, Mr. Chair? So right now, Ms. Hall, are we at the level, because we had a citizen ask a question about impact on the water system? Has the service authority been provided in each stage of the review process, their application and their revisions as they've gone through?
Yes, the moment that we receive it the first time, it is immediately dispersed to Service Authority, VDOT, Fire and Rescue, etc.
And so, and the interim general manager of the service authority is here with us. Has the service authority expressed any concerns in being able to meet the needs of the proposed project?
From a, excuse me, from an availability standpoint, no, there are no concerns.
Okay, that's all I had for right now. Thank you.
Okay, I would, we have a whole bunch of questions, but I got one in particular. So you're not allowed to detain. That's what I heard you say.
That's correct.
But you also say people can't just leave. Those are mutually exclusive statements. I don't understand how that
Sure,
you can
I
make the
understand that.
claim that you can't, that you don't detain, but they can't leave.
Right. So the units are secured, right, for safety and for the safety of staff and the clients alike. A client cannot just walk out of the room and walk out of the building. But if they say, I want to go, we go through our protocols to follow we go through the protocols to figure out how they're going to get how they're going to leave and how we're going to get them back to where they want to go.
What if they say they just want to walk out the door?
They have a right to do that. We can't stop them from doing that. We can intervene to a certain point. But if that person says, I'm going to walk out and I'm going, and we cannot hold them by human rights.
I mean, to the point, because you've said we drive them from their location and to their location.
Sure.
So if they don't have transportation to their location and they say they want to walk out, they could just walk out onto the street in King George and do anything.
Sure, I understand the point. We were originally talking about too how they show up with their belongings, their clothes and everything else. Many of them will have a suitcase and everything. So very, very few occasions will they just leave everything else behind.
Those are the occasions I'm worried about, though. Right?
Very
I mean,
few and
those
far between, sir.
the first one is the problem. If there's one, regardless, because now we have a dangerous situation close to a neighborhood. I mean, I hope you understand that, and the idea that it doesn't happen often. The answers should be it never happens, ever. If you're saying it could happen every day. Like you can't stop it. You have actually no authority. Like if you had 100 beds actually filled, all 100 of them could say, I want to leave, I want to walk out on the street right now, and at the end of the day, they could do it. They could.
In theory, yes.
In theory, they could. So you really have no authority to do anything. That's your plan, but no actual authority to do it.
Correct.
I mean, like I understand your idea that yes, it's not going to happen often, but can you see the concern there?
I do, yeah. And this level of care also is, we have to abide by human rights. So, every person in that building has the right to make that decision for him, for themselves.
Yes. And but the decision was made also, hey, let's put it next to a neighborhood. it's adjacent. I mean, it's someone could just walk over to someone's yard in that situation, as opposed to being in a more commercially developed area, something like that. Not that you want it really anywhere, but I mean that there is a lot of concern with the idea that these people could, if they wanted to, walk out, get on the street, walk right around the corner, and go into some neighborhood. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Understood. Yes.
Okay. Ms. Bender.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a direct question because I'm looking at the picture of your facility in Newport News, and you mentioned that it's in a residential neighborhood. I'd question that a little bit because they have a beautiful view of the bay on one part of it. So if that's not why I'm bringing that up, but I looked at quickly at some of your other locations in the other states that you service, like Ohio, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, and they all seem to be in more densely populated areas. So my concern is picking a small rural area. And you keep mentioning business development. So I'm thinking it was a good location because it's near Maryland. So those concern me. And the other thing you keep bringing up is human rights. What about the rights of my citizens? They have human rights too. And it's starting to become a little more concerning to me. So that's where I'm just going to, since you're taking in and ingesting some of the comments and that, I'd really like you to think about that is that our citizens have human rights too.
Absolutely. And we want to work towards the safety of everyone, right? The community and the center and the folks that work there and the folks that are receiving treatment there.
But you haven't been talking to anybody. You've even said that. So I just want to make you, think about those things.
Mr. Collins.
So, I want to ask a legal question of legal counsel. So, Ms. Lackey, in our ordinances, there's a nuisance ordinance. So places become a nuisance at a certain period. Could a hospital fall under, a rehab hospital fall under that category if they get, the citizens call them escapees, and other situations? Could it fall into that legal category where the county could take some action?
Most likely not. If there was a situation where they had a fence and there was a breach in the fence and they didn't address it, that might be a nuisance. But the fact that they have people coming and going from a business entity, they would have the right to do so as any.
Not that they have staff coming and going, but if they have people that leave on their own will at whatever time they decide, could that ever fit into the nuisance ordinance? You would like to do more research on that?
I could conduct some more research, but offhand, I would.
So I guess I'm asking you, so if these things occur, then what can we do? It's not sounding so good right now.
Sure, but we also can't discriminate against.
That's right. You're right.
certain types of businesses and healthcare providers as well. But I understand the point. And I will be.
So our response, now I'm not asking you a question anymore, Ms. Lackey. So our responsibility is solely for the citizens of King George County. The folks that come into this facility, I would guarantee you probably won't be from King George County. I would even make an estimate that they're probably less than 2% from King George County will ever see the doors of that facility. So we are putting the citizens at jeopardy and not even helping our own people. You talk about the staff of 120. So where is that staff coming from? Where are you getting it from?
It would be local hires.
So you realize what the shortage is in medical staff right now in this area. So hospitals, mental health facilities, rehab facilities are usually at 62% of staffing, which makes the people work overtime, which makes when the people work overtime, they get tired. When they get tired, mistakes happen medically. And that could, So when I asked my first questions, can people leave? And you said no. By the time it got down to the other end, it was yes. So I ask you a question, you tell me, try to reassure me that it's not going to happen. But then by the time it gets to the end, it's changed. So, have you considered a different location?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Would you consider a different location?
Not to my knowledge. I'd have to take that back to my leadership.
Would you do that? Can I ask that legally? I just want to make sure.
You can ask the question, but just like you all can't speak on behalf of your board, and he's probably not a decision maker.
I just want to make sure I can ask the question.
Yes, sir.
Will you go ask him?
It's noted, sir.
Thank you. So in my round of questioning, I asked about the clients, but they became inmates because they're from the jail. So does the jail bring them to you? You go get them from the jail?
We get them from the jail.
So you go get them from the jail. And so what type of search do you do on them?
We
You
do
search them?
we do a full body search upon admission.
Wouldn't that be against their rights?
It's part of our protocol for admission.
So they have to agree to be searched?
Mhm.
Are they agreed to be searched anytime they're there?
Mhm.
By who?
By our staff.
How about law enforcement?
We've never asked for law enforcement to do a search.
So some facilities grant law enforcement the ability to search without a warrant.
Mhm.
Is that something you'd be interested in?
We usually err on the side of protecting the client's privacy first.
Okay. So I guess there's nowhere else for me to go because it's not doing anything to help King George County. I'd be willing to sacrifice the tax revenue, absolutely, for them not to be in that neighborhood. It's not a good location, period. There's many other locations in King Georgia where it would work, and you probably wouldn't be standing here under this fire if it was in a different location. But that is like, if you could have just picked a location that really sucked in King George, that was it. So, I mean, there's high development in that area. There's high traffic in that area. What happens at 2:15 when the school bus stops and the kids get off the street and get off at the street and the kids go into their house and a person that's there decides wants to get out? I mean, I see nothing but not good things happening. I don't want to scare the residents, but I think that you should be concerned. And I think that you should bring this back to your corporate office that King George is not real excited about being here. I think you figured that out by now.
Right.
And God tells me not to be mean, so I'll stop.
I was going to ask one more question. I apologize. I know we've talked for great length. The protocol, you go to the jail to pick up some. Could those individuals walk out of your facility, or are you allowed to detain them?
It depends on their legal status. Sometimes we have to notify the jail when they arrive. Other times it's how they're released from the jail and their hearings as part of, the treatment, 30-day treatment program with completion is part of their adjudication process. So every case is a little different in that way.
So in that situation, let's say that it's required that they were to go through some process, otherwise they'd have to return to the jail.
Mhm.
Would you be allowed to detain those individuals, or would it just be like, all right, they're going to go and the police will have to get them?
Usually if they have to go back to the jail, we take them back to the jail.
What if they say, I'm not going to let you take me back to jail, I want to walk out?
We notify local enforcement.
So you let them go?
Yeah.
You let them go?
So is there any alert system that you would have if somebody gets out of the facility? Is there a siren?
To my knowledge, this building will have updated technology for that alert for a door being open or ajar for too long, yes. I don't know the specifics of that. at this time.
So
Are you asking for a siren, like if someone were to just be released on the street? Is that
Nope.
what you're, okay, I'm sorry, I
talking
misunderstood.
about bust out the door
Bust out.
and the siren goes off, so at least the neighbors can say, hey, I'm ready for you, come on. So, and our sheriff's office will be aware that they're coming into an environment where there could be other residents that are in danger besides your client. I said I'd stop.
Did anyone else have anything else? All right. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
All right.
You guys want to hang out in the hallway and talk to the residents that live in that neighborhood?
You need to, okay. All right, we're gonna take a short 5-minute recess and then we'll come back and pick right back up with community development number 2022-00238. Gonna be quick. No, I understand. I just was looking for a time to take a quick break. All right, we are back from our recess and we will pick up with our, action items, number 0204, Department of Community Development Subdivision Ordinance Exception Request, case number 2022-00238. Mr. Panicotti.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm Louis Pancotti, Senior Planner, and I will be presenting the staff report for case number 2022-00238. This is a request made by Elizabeth Bowen, Owen of parcel 39-20C. The request is for an exception to the requirements of Article 4 access standards per section 9.1 of the King George County Subdivision Ordinance. Parcel 3920C is 101 acres and zoned A1, where the minimum lot size is 10 acres. Access to Salem Church Road, or State Route 625, is provided by Creekside Lane, a private road, as well as an existing entrance directly off of Salem Church Road, which is located roughly about here. There's just an existing entrance and a short driveway. There are currently 2 dwellings on the property, and this would be classified as non-conforming since under our current ordinance, only 1 dwelling is permitted per property. And this is the bigger main house, the older house that you'll hear about, and then there's a smaller house right here. The parcel was created in 2003 when the parent tract was divided into 3 lots. All 3 parcels were created with access to a 16-foot wide easement, and that easement sort of splits parcel B and parcel A here and provides access to B, A, and C. Ms. Bowen is seeking to divide her 101-acre parcel into 3 lots. 2 of these lots would have access to Creekside Lane, and 1 will have the direct access to Salem Church Road. This subdivision would bring the total number of lots accessed by Creekside Lane from 3 to 4. The subdivision would also result in each existing dwelling on its own parcel. So the parcels that would have access to Creekside Lane would be that parcel B from the previous slide, the bigger 600-acre parcel, and these 2 newly created lots. And then this lot would again have direct access to Salem Church. So 4 lots total would be using Creekside Lane. Section 4.1D of the subdivision ordinance states that all roads that serve more than 3 lots must meet the requirements of section 4.1G. These requirements include, among others, a 50-foot wide easement, an 18-foot wide roadway, 6 inches of gravel, a road maintenance agreement, and certification from an engineer that the road was constructed accordance to the ordinance. There are a few other requirements, but those are the main ones. Section 9.1 of the subdivision ordinance outlines the criteria for granting an exception. Ms. Bowen has provided responses to each of these, and I'll quickly go through them. 1, if strictly adhered to, the specific requirement would cause an undue hardship. Ms. Bowen writes that the purpose of this minor subdivision is to place each of the existing houses on its own lot. The subdivision of the 100-acre parcel does not create any new vacant lot for the construction of an additional house which will use Creekside Lane. It simply defines a lot around each of the 2 existing homes which have used the same shared driveway, which was only recently named Creekside Lane, for access to Salem Church Road for 2 decades. This subdivision will permit us to transfer one of these existing homes to a new family. It will not change the use of Creekside Lane. We do not want to create any lots for new houses, build any houses, cut down any trees, disturb any land, or expand any impervious surface. Rather, we seek to preserve the rural, agricultural, and historical character of this place. 2, such hardship is not shared generally by other subdivisions. Ms. Bowen writes that other subdivisions typically involve the installation of a new road to access newly created lots where new houses can be built. In contrast, the purpose of the proposed subdivision is to facilitate the sale of an existing house. It does not permit the construction of a new one. In this case, to require an unnecessary widening of this existing road, which will continue to serve the same number of houses and vehicles that it serves for decades, is a hardship not generally shared. 3, the granting of such exception will have no substantial adverse effect on the future residents of the proposed subdivision, nor upon any property adjoining such proposed division. Ms. Bowen writes that all adjoining landowners wish to keep Creekside Lane as it is. The granting of the exception will preserve for the future residents and the adjoining property owners the rural, agricultural, and historical character of the place. Far from adversely affecting future residents adjoining property, the exception will preserve the amount of values embodied in the King George Code. The exception serves the King George County goal of historic preservation and avoids adverse environmental effects in keeping with King George County Comprehensive Plan. For all these reasons, we are asking for the county to look at the purpose of this project, which is simply to site 2 existing houses on 2 lots instead of 1. So the applicant states that the dwelling on the property holds historic value. The original house was built in 1830, then rebuilt in 1924 after a fire. The comprehensive plan does include historic resource policies and implementation strategies. It recommends that the county promotes flexibility in roadway design as to preserve the characteristics of historic sites as new development occurs. Modifications to curve radii, pavement width, or other standards may be needed to preserve the historic visual characteristics of an area or site. The proposed division does correct a current non-conforming use, the 2 dwellings on 1 property. But in doing so, the existing road, which now only provides access to 3 lots, would have to be upgraded to those Article 4 standards, as it would now provide access to 4. The granting of this exception would result in 4 lots using a mostly dirt road lying in a 16-foot easement. The applicant argues that the subdivision will not result in additional building lots being created off this road, as lots 20 and 20D are already developed, and the parcel being subdivided currently has 2 homes on it, which would be separated by this plat. The applicant states the road will continue to serve the same number of houses and vehicles it has served for decades. The existing dwelling on 20C cannot be sold separately without this division. It can be viewed as granting of such exception does not change the nature of the existing conditions and would be in line with the historic resource policies and implementation policies of the comprehensive plan. I would also just like to point out that if the exception is granted, VDOT will still have to review the entrance to Salem Church Road for compliance with its standards per section 6.6 of the subdivision ordinance. So lastly, the King George County Planning Commission voted unanimously at its January 10th meeting to forward this case to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation of approval, with the condition that the requirement for a road maintenance agreement be excluded from the exception. They wanted to make sure that with this subdivision, they still had to record a road maintenance agreement. Lastly, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and also Ms. Bowen is here if you have any questions for her.
Go for it, Mr. Collins.
So the first question is, the Planning Commission reviewed it and they voted unanimously to approve it?
To recommend approval to the board.
Yes.
Yes, it was 9-0. There was 1 member missing.
And can I ask Ms. Bowen a question?
Of course.
Hello, ma'am.
Good evening.
So the Planning Commission approved it. How much did it cost you to put this application in to the Planning Department?
Well, there's a $900 fee that has to be paid. Now, I have to say that the Ms. Hall and Mr. Pancotti met with us, answered questions, and looked at the concept preliminarily. But once I reached the point where I needed to submit the actual request for exception, it was at that point that I paid the $900 fee.
Thank you. No more questions, but I'll have a motion if anybody, when everybody's finished.
Anyone else have any?
I take it this is just a dirt road, 100+ acre piece of land that's really not going to do anything. And if the Planning Commission recommends this, I mean, I see no reason that we would not. That's all my question I would have. I just take it it's a dirt gravel road going down to a historic residence.
It was all part of the same farm originally. One of the lots is a 620 acre working farm. The 2 lots that even those that will have the 2 dwellings on it in the part that I am subdividing all have farm fields on it, farmed by the same farmer, my brother who is sitting beside me. And he owns the 77 acres that is across Creekside Lane. So all of this is part of the same working farm. I would also point out that I certainly understand that because of rights of way, that yes, there are 4 lots that would be included in this. But if you look at this larger, and I have smaller ones of these if they would be of help, but this is the large part of the farm, the 620 acres. This is the boot-shaped piece that I need to subdivide, the 77 acres across here. The actual ingress and egress for my brother's 620 acres is down here on Nanzatico Lane. So yes, it's true, he uses this farm road to get to his own 77-acre parcel, and he will still farm the other 2 parcels, but his actual address where his visitors to his home, where his packing shed operation, which is where his farm operation goes in and out to the public road, is across Nanzatico up here and then to Salem Church. So this right of way he uses really more as access to the other parts of the farm. So that's the other part of this that makes it a little bit different than other situations.
And I take it these folks behind you are the purchasers of the other house, and you know,
Yes,
they're
everyone who
being
would have,
held up as well.
yes, everyone here, we have everybody here who would be impacted by this. I own this property 1/2 in my own right, and as the trustee for my sister, for our sister. The Deans are here. They're the folks that are going to purchase the historic house and restore it to a point where it could be listed on the National Register of Historic Places. This house, the historic house, is named Oakenbrow, and it is of a kind with Nanzatico, with Belmead, with other historic places. It really is part of King George County's historical, agricultural, and rural legacy. And so we can't afford to restore it to the point it really deserves. It's a beautiful place. It has fabulous bones. It has beautiful grounds, all of which need restoration. But the Deans are ready to come to make their home here in King George County and to give it the TLC that it deserves.
It sounds like a great project. I can't wait to see it. Hopefully I can get invited down when you all get done with it and to see it. So
Mary is happy to issue the invitation now.
I had a question for Mr. Panicotti. So currently this is a non-conforming lot because there's 2 structures on the one lot.
Yes.
And obviously subdividing it so you have one structure on one lot and then another on another, and then it will be a 3rd lot that is undeveloped but would have access via the road directly, was my understanding based off the, makes it less, it's still non-conforming because of the road, correct? If we were to approve this, or has it
Yeah.
become conforming completely?
This makes the lot
Conforming?
go from non-conforming to conforming, but
Okay.
it makes the road go from conforming to non-conforming.
Okay. And just from a community development perspective, do you view that as a better trade-off?
I mean,
Is it depend on the situation?
it would depend on the situation. I
Okay.
think this
We're not changing the
situation-
traffic on this road at all.
No.
So, I mean, from that perspective, it sounds like while it might be made more non-conforming, it's the same situation and we're getting into conforming lots now.
Yes.
So, okay. All right. I just, whenever anyone else comes, just the idea of understanding the idea of, obviously, if someone were to make something that's more non-conforming, that becomes more of an issue, whereas this is not necessarily making something more non-conforming, just changing it and,
Making the road more non-conforming.
but
So
it's
not-
improving the conformity of another aspect. And so there's a trade-off there.
Yes,
Um,
but with that, that's not something we could have approved administratively.
No, I understand. I'm not asking you to, I was not trying to do, I was just the idea of making sure that we understand why we're doing it. And so there is an improvement as well from a conformity perspective. And I can understand as well why the request for the improvements not being required is being brought forth. So I appreciate you letting me pontificate. That's all I had.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve case number 2022-002838, request for exemption from requirement of Article 4 access standards per 9.1 of the King George County subdivisions order made by M. Elizabeth Bowen, owner of tract 39, parcel 20C, and to refund the $900 fee to her. That's what I said. If you want to second it and go into discussion,
It will die if no one will second it.
Mr. Chair, can
Yeah.
I make a suggestion? Could we deal with this separately? First, we deal with the approval. Can we get that done and have a separate motion that deals with what Mr. Collins has proposed?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to table my motion and make another motion, please. I'd like to make a motion to approve case number 2022000238 for request for an exemption from the requirement of Article 4 access standards per 9.1 of the King George County subdivisions orders made by M. Elizabeth Bowen, owner of tax map 39 parcel 20C.
Second.
All right, we have a motion properly seconded.
Friendly amendment
Yes, ma'am.
with the condition that the requirement for a road maintenance agreement be excluded from the exception.
Second.
Okay. We have the motion for the amendment and a second. So we have a motion properly seconded to approve case number 2022-00238. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries.
Make a motion to return the $900 fee to facilitate this rezoning. Give me a second for discussion.
I will give it a second for discussion.
All right, we have a motion properly seconded, and I will open the floor to discussion. I will start with it. No offense, but there's a fee for a reason, and it's because otherwise it's carried by the taxpayer, so it's subsidized. And so that's partly for the purpose of just saying, hey, this is for you. So I'm not saying you were asking for it. I appreciate Mr. Collins's request. It's always nice to do nice things, but just for the sake of treating everyone consistently.
So
they do.
Well, so in discussion, Mr. Chairman, the reason why I made that motion is because I find it being very expensive to have regress of the government. And I don't think I think $900 is a lot of money, whether you can afford it or you can't afford it, to, as a taxpayer, to ask for this to be done. The compliance department, they get paid every day, whether you come or not. So, and they're budgeted for that. We get plenty of taxes, fees paid by developers and so forth. I don't think we need to take our citizens' money on that type of issue. And that's it. Thank you.
Anyone else have anything they would like to share? Ms. Kupka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do understand where you're coming from with your suggestion, Mr. Collins, your motion. But I feel like it's a precedent that we really can't set, because it's going to open the doors for many other applicants in the future to ask us for the same treatment. So for that reason, as much as I absolutely support what you have asked for, and I'm glad that my colleagues unanimously granted it, I just fear the precedent that that would set. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, we had a motion properly seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
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 Chair votes nay. Motion fails. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming out and your patience. I know it's been a long time, but thank you. All right, we will move on to Department of County Administration, proposed text amendments for, going back, I'm sorry. Mr. Collins at our work session with the Planning Commission had wanted to make some proposed text amendment, direction to staff to make some proposed text amendments, which we asked to make it at a formal meeting because it wasn't advertised for that special meeting. So this is the opportunity for Mr. Collins to make those motions and bring them forth to see if there is support from the board in a whole, and obviously we'd like to do it before the change order because that could have an impact on whatever decision we would make with that. So I will leave it to you, Mr. Collins, if you would like to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion for a text amendment to the industrial regulations in the current zoning ordinance, moving battery energy storage facility, data centers, and solar farms for the use of permitted by right to use permitted only by a special exemption. That's motion one. I'll wait for the rest.
So you've made your motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion properly seconded. I will open the floor for discussion. Does anyone want to weigh in?
I'll start off. I mean, we heard it tonight. There are points where we need to have more input from the citizens, from everything. I know I stood up at the solar state level and basically told all the solar developers, I don't like blanket rezoning. We need to have, the citizens need to be involved in the process. I'll share these with my colleagues later. I've received several emails this week in support, as you've heard from people here, that they want to have a say in what goes in their county. I'm not saying whatever this is bad or good, but we need to have a say in battery storage, solar, power, data centers. One of the things when I spoke to folks from Prince William and Loudoun, and I've talked to a lot of them recently, they have said, don't do what we did incorrectly. And make sure your ordinances are robust. Make sure you consider different things. We wish we could go back in time and address these items, but we can't. And don't rely too much on the money that's ahead. Make sure everything is right for your citizens and bringing in new business, because that's also important to help with the tax rates. But we need to do it right and not rush it. And this is a way to do it right.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Yeah, so my concern is we talked at the joint work session with the Planning Commission and thought we may have a way of doing it right, which actually is the next item on the agenda. Change order number 1 associated with the zoning and subdivision ordinance update. So we could have the professionals do the legwork that we talked about doing, that I believe you both suggested, and have it brought forward to us. I'm not saying we're not hearing what the public said tonight, but to me, going forward with any of these motions right now is in fact rushing that without having the benefit of the research that we talked about having the Berkeley group perform at the work session with the Planning Commission. Thank you.
I'll be honest, I'm not really in favor of moving forward with the requested text amendment changes. If I look at industrial uses, like something like an asphalt plant which produces noxious fumes, that would be something I would look at as probably more of a concern than something like data centers. We have a noise ordinance. We can make changes to our noise ordinance to address, because I think that's probably the largest concern from a data center perspective. Ms. Binder disagrees, but that's fair. I'm not in favor of just knee jerking and also saying, let's just start moving things across. I think we got a lot of things in here and just seems to be, just picking these 3 in particular, and there could be other ones as well that might be a concern as well. I don't know, concrete products plant. I mean, are those something that you would just say, yeah, I'm fine with that, in industrial? I don't know. Just why were these picked necessarily?
Well, I will say one of the things I'm concerned about is, and I was part of the process when they were brought up originally, our data center ordinance, our solar ordinance, they're not robust enough.
And so, as Ms. Kupka said, we are looking as well to make those addresses, and it's going to be part of the, which would be the next agenda item to look into that, to funding for further investigation into those.
But let me ask, Mr. Miller, what is the date that we will actually have a finalized ordinance and ready for approval?
I guess I would defer to Ms. Hall. I believe the current situation without any changes was late spring. Is that correct? Or are we looking at early summer?
We're looking at June, July.
Okay, so early summer without any amendments to it.
No extra. That's the task.
So to add this change order, then they're basically saying what?
It's possible. You know, the change order is a la carte as you recommended. And whether or not you add additional work sessions, if you take this out and adopt it before the complete overhaul, are some decisions that affect that goal, that deadline of this summer.
But my understanding is the way it is currently, it is by right at the moment, correct? Any kind of like so in industrial.
In industrial, yes, ma'am.
I just want everybody to remember that.
So without any hiccups, June or July, and so I have over 100 issues with the revisions. So that sounds like a lot of hiccups. So I would say further than that, out. And I'm sure that I'm not the only one that has a lot of comments and concerns. Just to get through the noise ordinance, when they bring it back, will take a certain amount of time.
That's not zoning. That's completely different.
Okay. Anyhow, it's still going to be a while. So I would argue that these items are immediately in our face, and I think that we agreed that we would like to have citizen input in every avenue of those, instead of sitting here apologizing for what we can't do. So I don't really want to be in that position again. I think that with this particular text amendment, it will not put us in a position like that with this. Thank you.
Anything else? Anyone? All right, we have a motion properly seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Chair votes nay. The motion fails.
All right, number 2, a motion for a text amendment for Article 1, Section 1.9.3, specific definitions of a current zoning ordinance, amending the definition of data center to a single building used primarily for storage, management, processing, and transmission of digital data, which houses computer and/or networks, equipment, systems, servers, appliances, and other associated components related to digital data operations, such as a building may also include air handlers, power generators, water cooling, storage facilities, utility substations, and other associated utility infrastructure to support sustained operations of a data center.
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. Any discussion? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Chair votes nay. Motion fails.
One more. Motion for a text amendment for Article 1, Section 1.9.3, specific definitions of current zoning ordinance, adding the definition of data center campus as more than one data center on a parcel, and include data center campus in uses permitted only by special exemption in industrial district regulations.
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Chair votes nay. Motion fails. We'll move on to change 0206, change order number 1 associated with the zoning and subdivision ordinance update.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. In June of 2021, PSA 0505-2021-1400, zoning and subdivision ordinance update was executed with the Berkeley Group. The original scope of the contract did not include the drafting of ordinances for data centers, power plants, and battery storage. Upon board direction, the attached scope amendment was provided, which includes the aforementioned revisions to the supplement of the original scope. On December 20th of 2022, the Board of Supervisors tabled the change order where the scope was further refined at the joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission on January 24th, 2023. As a result of direction given at that meeting, the Berkeley Group submitted a revised scope amendment, which is attached. Initial funding for this project provided from the general fund balance approved by the Board of Supervisors on February 2nd, 2021. Staff recommends that the additional funds also be provided from the general fund balance. With that, I would request that you authorize the county administrator to, number one, execute change order number 1 for PSA 0505-2021-1400 with the Berkeley Group in the amount of $28,561.90. And 2, transfer $28,561.90 from the general fund balance to the community development operating budget to cover the cost of the change order. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Does anyone have any questions?
Question.
Scones.
So, is the $28,000 including the updating the noise ordinance?
In the amendment that they included, that's in your board packet, the noise ordinance is included.
What does that cost for the noise ordinance?
They have a breakdown of that. It doesn't have a page number on it, but it's under fee. The noise ordinance is highlighted in purple on that.
How much?
On that page. The total is $4,954.30.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just because the scope of work is specific to the zoning and subdivision ordinance, so this would be adding a provision specific to the zoning and subdivision ordinance. So just for everyone's awareness, I understand that I'm still tasked with looking at the existing noise ordinance and the general code of ordinances.
Mr. Chair. So my understanding as well is that you would still be doing the ordinance, and they would be looking to bring to us community development standards where they would address that, which they already have a section on lighting and things like that. So I just want to make sure we're clear that the Berkeley Group, we're not tasking them with overhauling our entire noise ordinance. That's not in the scope of work. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
So you're calling it community development, community what?
Design standard.
Design standard. Okay, I have a motion when you're ready. Make a motion to approve the Berkeley Group's work order for $4,950 for the Community Design Center for the noise ordinance.
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. Any discussion?
May I ask a question, Mr.
Sure,
Chair?
yeah.
So the motion is only to approve the fee associated with the design standards for noise.
Yes, ma'am.
I second it for discussion, so.
Sure. We have some to do. I mean, we can go forward just moving with the noise ordinance for the community standards, which would still be aside from what Ms. Lackey is doing with the overhaul over and noise ordinance. I still think it would be good to go back and look at some of the other ones again, though.
Mr. Chair, can I mention, I would like both of them because I think it's very important, but I seconded the motion so we could have discussion.
Anyone else?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So previously we even heard public comment tonight from one person, but in the past we've heard public comment from other individuals who previously were in favor of the change order and encouraged us to move forward with having the Berkeley Group conduct this additional research and analysis for us.
So I still have heartburn about the Berkeley Group fulfilling their original contract about the data centers and so forth. So that's why my motion is singular and not that. So it's on the table. Can we call the question?
Any other discussion?
Just clarify, there were two contractual relationships with the Berkeley Group. This one had nothing to do with the the Birchwood application.
That's not what he's referring to.
Is that?
No, I think you're,
Oh, you're concerned about the change. Okay, I understand.
all right. Nope.
My mistake.
No further discussion. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
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 Chair votes nay. Motion fails.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion. Make a motion to authorize the county administrator to execute change order number 1 for PSA 05052021-1400 with the Berkeley Group in the amount of $28,561.90. And then to transfer $28,561.90 from the general fund balance to the community development operating budget to cover the cost of the change order.
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries.
If I may, Mr. Chair, Mr. Collins, were you voting aye for a nay vote? Just
Nay vote.
nay vote.
Okay.
I was voting aye for a nay vote. Nay, nay.
Thank you for the clarification. All right. I'm sorry. Department of Finance award of agreement for compensation study services.
Procurement issued RFP 1213-2022-1400 to solicit responses for compensation study services. A total of 8 proposals were opened on December 13th and initially evaluated by staff. 3 proposals were narrowed down to invite for interviews, which were conducted the weeks of January 16th and January 23rd. The evaluation committee ranked PayPoint HR as the top offerer. The work will be comprised of 2 phases, classification and compensation, totaling about 290 work hours. Attached in your board packet is a cost proposal of the work, which is a firm fixed price. $38,000 was included in the FY 22-23 operating budget for this project. The remaining $5,500 may come from the general fund balance. With that, I would request that you authorize the county administrator to execute an agreement with PayPoint HR for compensation study services in the amount of $43,500, subject to approval as to form by the county attorney. And then 2, authorize the county administrator to transfer $5,500 from the general fund balance to the project. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Do we have any questions?
So the difference from the budget amount to the amount now is 5,000.
5,500.
Thank you.
I just have a clarification question, and this is to look at all of the county salary scales, or salaries, not the schools, just the
No,
counties.
correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
If
There
I, go ahead.
There is cooperative language that was included in the solicitation that may allow other public entities to hop onto the contract, but that would be something that they would execute on their own.
And I would add that I had a conversation with Dr. Boyd today, and he is interested. Of course, they would fund it on their portion of it, but he is interested in hopping on. He's going to work with Derek Messler, our HR director, as well on that.
Any other questions or?
I am concerned it come over budget again. There's everything that comes before us comes over budget, another 5,000. So I'm not in favor of it, but I'm not in favor of every time that something comes to us, it's always more money. So on that merit, I wouldn't be interested in it, just for that merit only.
Mr. Chair, I think Ms. Hahn had a.
When you're in the budget process, the directors reach out to vendors to kind of get a general idea as to how much a project is going to cost for budgeting purposes. In this instance, the previous HR director reached out to the company who had done it previously, and that was the amount that they had given. And there were some other quotes that she received, but it was after the budget process had already progressed past that point. So sometimes that's what happens. And then that also that quote was given That estimate was given over a year ago.
So Ms. Hahn, I understand what you're telling me, but I'm telling you that everything comes before us is never what the estimated amount or under. So that's why the county departments say this is what this will cost. And usually, quite often, they say this will be the top end. It's never the top end. I mean, look at Cedar Park. I can give you example after example. I just can, every meeting I say the same thing. Again, it's more money than was budgeted. So if I did that at my home, it wouldn't work out.
I understand.
Why would it work out for your money, the citizens' money? Why would I keep on continue this way we're going? Either we're going to have to change the way we do this budget because it's not working for me, or something. Thank you.
All right, I move to authorize the county administrator to execute an agreement with PayPoint HR for compensation study services in the amount of $43,500, subject to approval as to form by the county attorney. Then I also authorize the county administrator to transfer $5,500 from the general fund balance to the project.
Second.
A motion properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay.
Nay, just on the merit that it's more than the original.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, can I do the next one? Make a motion? It would be a positive motion.
Well, we've got
Department of Finance to amend and appropriate the.
well, let's Steph give the
Okay.
sign.
I'm just trying to be on the winning side for a change.
Make the motion. I'm fine with that.
Good evening once again. On January 4th, 2023, King George County was awarded $9,458.02 for the Virginia Department of Forestry Forest Sustainability Fund. This is part of a $72.5 million fund for 68 localities across the state of Virginia. The funds must be solely used for public information generally, or for projects related to outdoor recreation or forest conservation. Parks and Recreation will work with tourism to decide projects that would qualify for these funds. With that, I ask that you authorize the county administrator to accept the Virginia Department of Forestry Forest Sustainability Funds in the amount of $9,458.02 and to amend and appropriate the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget by establishing a revenue line for the funds and an expenditure line for the eligible sustainability projects.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. We move on to Chief Moody. Authorization of the Virginia Port Authority Agreement.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good evening to each of you. We got several action items here tonight. I know you've had a long night. I'll be brief. If you do have specific questions, please interrupt me and I'll chime in. The first one, actually the first two are mutual assistance agreements. The first one is with the Virginia Port Authority, and that is us as King George County and our department officially joining the Maritime Incident Response Team. We've met with representatives from the Virginia Port Authority. We believe it's a win-win for the county. We believe that they will be able to provide us some essential training services, certainly some essential networking, and also some equipment for our team here locally. It's no secret that that our county strategically lies between two major rivers, one in Virginia and one in Maryland. So it's very important to have those skills necessary to do that. I'm recommending, the recommended action is to authorize the county administrator to sign the Virginia Port Authority operating agreement and the attached resolution. Answer any questions.
So move.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion properly seconded. Do we have any discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Chief.
Second action item is to authorize the county administrator to sign the American Red Cross Memorandum of Understanding. We have this every 5 years. This is for if we have a disaster in the county. This is also for if we bring Red Cross in to help displaced citizens from a fire like we had this morning. They come in, but we have to have an MOU that's valid. So really nothing's changed from our current one. And this is just renewing for another 5 years.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion properly seconded. Do we have any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Chief.
So the next action item is a very good news story. That is, we won a highly competitive grant that is done nationwide, $180,000 grant. This is to purchase 5 Zoll X-Series EKG defibrillator units that we use, certainly a vital piece of equipment we use in our emergency medical services. We're asking for the board to accept the FEMA Assistance to Firefighter Grant Award and authorize the county administrator to execute a purchase order with Zoll Medical in the amount of $174,040.60. And happy to answer any questions about it.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. Any discussion?
Is there any cost to the county? Matthew?
There is
10%.
a
10%.
10%.
yes, and actually the 10%, 7,000 of that is some of the older units we are trading in, and that can actually go towards the 10% match. Out of pocket, ours is about $6,000 some dollars. We have that in our budget. And one thing I do want to emphasize, these grants help reduce coming to you in a capital budget and saying, hey, we need these units.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a cost savings to the taxpayer. About $6,000 we'll have to take out of our budget. We planned for that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or any other discussion? All right, we have a motion properly seconded. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. And Chief.
Last action item I have is the Opticon traffic signal preemption system. This was in our capital budget, as you may recall, and essentially been a couple little changes because VDOT has required a few more steps that we go through. I think there's no secret we don't maintain our own traffic signals in King George County. The Virginia Department of Transportation does, so we have to follow by their rules. This recommended action is to authorize the county administrator to sign the mutual agreement for installation and maintenance with VDOT to establish a project budget that follows with installation of the Opticon system at $265,877.91 with a contingency, a 10% contingency of $26,587. This would transfer an additional $62,464.91 from the county's ARPA funds eligible project line to the ARPA Opticon line. It would authorize the county administrator to execute a purchase order with J.O. in the amount of $265,877.91. And we do not anticipate any project budget overruns.
Any questions? Okay.
Chief, is this the stuff that's going just in the intersection, or this is all in the vehicles? I think when we talked last year, it was also going into sheriff's office vehicles as well.
Yes, sir, and I'm glad you asked. Maybe I probably should have provided a little bit more background on that. This will cover all 16 red light intersections that we have in the county. This will cover all fire and rescue apparatus. It will cover all sheriff's office vehicle. It will also be compatible if mutual aid wants to purchase their own emitters. the equipment will already be installed onto the intersections. So for example, Colonial Beach or Westmoreland's coming in here responding through the county with an ambulance. They could purchase their emitters, but the system would work on their end. So this is not just a fire and rescue item or just even a King George County item. This is a public safety item that certainly going to have a lot of uses, you know, as we, you know, respond in emergency mode throughout the county. This also covers the emitters for each vehicle.
There was some talk when we talked last, it would work in some Stafford, but not Fredericksburg, correct? Like on the way to the hospital? I thought we had a question about that.
Our emitters will work. What we have to do is that there is a certain frequency that we would have to have allowance for. Now, if they have the Opticom system installed, then in theory, it should work after it being properly tuned in and coordinated with that locality. Problem with the city of Fredericksburg is they don't have them on every intersection. And Stafford doesn't have them on every intersection, and nor does Spotsylvania. They have them on many, but they don't have them on everyone. Now what they're doing, and I know in Spotsylvania, is that as VDOT is adding new signals, all the new signals will have that capability. And VDOT will make sure that they take it on their end. So they build that into their project cost. So if we have new traffic intersections with signal lights in King George County in the future, they put that into the design from this day forward.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
So do you know how much time that would cut you between Company One and the new rehab facility?
I'm not, but I'm very interested in it. And looking at the before and after. I don't know the after.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Okay.
Make a motion to authorize the county administrator to sign the mutual agreement for installation and maintenance with VDOT. Establish a project budget as follows: installation of Opticon system for $265,877.91 and a contingency of $26,587. Also to transfer an additional $62,464.91 from ARPA eligible projects to the ARPA Opticon line. Also authorize the county administrator to execute a purchase order with J.O. Herbert in the amount of $265,877.91.
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. Do we have any further discussion?
The chief, we're moving money, the additional 63,000 from the ARPA to pay for the additional 63,000. So the ARPA money will run out for you and the sheriff soon. So I just consider that in the future. Thank you.
Anyone else? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
All right, that was the last of our action items, and our discussion item has been removed. So I'll move on to the county administrator's report.
All right, so we got about 30 minutes, I guess, here. I'm going to propose a couple things. First of all, you have the to-do list. I would love for you to go through that, analyze it. I can answer any questions right now, but rather than maybe for the sake of brevity, we could put this on the next agenda, the 21st. And go into a little bit more detail. I know Ms. Bender had asked about the use study for the old middle school and for the existing courthouse. There is an update in there. We expect that to be complete in May. I believe Mr. Bell with Mosley had reached out to you in terms of the Historical Society, the museum. We have held some meetings with the departments that would possibly be affected by this. So they're developing kind of a space usage. And then what they'll do from there is they'll kind of craft how the old or the existing courthouse will be divvied up. My understanding, they are, with the old middle school, they're looking at it. I think the belief is it's not salvageable. So it would probably be the recommendation of that study that it would just be completely gutted and torn down. There was some belief that maybe the bones were good, but the floor joists and the tie-ins with the ceilings are just not in very good shape. But we'll definitely have something that will come back to the board as we get a little closer.
I just have one quick question. They're also for the courthouse. They're looking at the mold, right? And mitigating the mold
Yes,
permanently?
I believe that is part of the process as well.
All right, thank you.
But what I was, again, going back to the recommendation, I'm happy to go through the to-do list if you would like. Obviously, there's a couple items on there that are new. I know that there's some enhancements, as you can see in red, keeping with the policy towards the end of the document is where the items that have been completed, those are in yellow and they're at the back end as was requested. So if there's not any questions about any specific items tonight, I can hold this over for my report on the, okay.
Mr. Chair, I do have one question. I don't see an item on here. I see you have a hiring of a public information officer, an update on that. Where are you on hiring a replacement for Ms. Smith?
So the executive assistant, we got close to 60 applicants. And right now, the HR department, they have gone through, they've got a list of about 5 or 6, and they are going to do a initial screening panel, is going to meet with them next week. And then they'll recommend to me the final candidates. So that process should be complete within the next couple of weeks.
So someone should be in-house in the next couple of weeks.
That's our goal.
I wouldn't mind seeing it just added just to make sure it gets done, especially this last, I apologize to citizens, to staff, to my colleagues. We had a full meeting scheduled today. And so, and then I see we also have some documentation. And so Ms. Petruski is filling dual hatting. And so it's a lot to put on someone. And I think it's very important that she's been doing it now for 6 weeks, 7 weeks.
Well, Miss Smith had left right before Christmas. There was no purpose in putting out a job application over that time frame because you usually don't get anything, and so we did hold it over until the first of the year. So that's the process, and so far, yes, we will have somebody in. Our goal is to get you somebody, or to get me somebody, because this person is responsible to me and also works with you in terms of dealing with FOIA issues and dealing with preparation of the agenda and answering questions and taking care of your needs for travel and things like that. So yes, we're moving as fast as we can. No one's delaying anything or slow walking this thing. We're trying to do everything we can to get the best candidate in there. She was in that position for over 5 years, so I think that we want to make sure we get the right one.
I can appreciate that. It's just, like I said, it's been like 6 weeks, and it's a long time to put someone in and say you got to pull double duty and take on some collateral duties. So I think it needs to be, we had both those roles filled for a reason, and then it needs to be filled.
Did you say 60 people or 16?
60. 55, wasn't it? Was it 55, 56?
Wow.
Yes. Did you have a question about public information officer? No. Okay.
Did anyone else have any other particular items they would like to address with Mr. Miller? Okay, then yeah, I think we can hold off for the rest until the next meeting.
And the other item that is on there is the new courthouse project. We handed out something that's in a folder that gives you a 30, 60, 90 outlook. What I'd like to do is get with Mr. Cusenberry and see if we can get this boiled down to a little less technical approach, and probably even ask Branch to come to the next meeting, or at least Tony Bell from Mosley, and give that kind of an update and maybe make that kind of a regular quarterly process. I'd also like to get the drone coverage. I think that was a very useful tool because it showed you kind of the beginning and where they are. And there's making good progress. I think we've obviously had rain days and things like that, but overall things are moving very, very effectively. And capital projects as well. This is I gave an update at the Service Authority, and I'm happy to do it tonight, but I think that's another one of these ones where we can go through and show you all your capital projects, where they are. A number of them are complete, a number of them are in progress, and things like that. Okay, so I think the other items, FEMA and the VDM public assistance disaster response funding, I think covered by Chief. And then I had an item in there, and I was going to call attention to the sheriff's office. They shop with the sheriff was about, I believe they got about $5,900 that was raised for the YMCA. So I think that was a nice event. So that's it. I'll add some things to the next county administrator's report.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Did anyone have any other questions for Mr. Miller?
Oh, I'm sorry. Jail board, the total budget is $896,000. That's what we have responsibility for. And that's for this fiscal year. And the increase from the previous fiscal year was $100,000. So I think as what Mr. Collins had indicated, with the 101, that's what we had to, our share of the increase last year was 100,000, or for this current fiscal year was 100,000.
They're asking for another 105.
I said 105, but that's okay. 101, 105.
Right.
Is there guidance for me for the next meeting? If you had time to think about it tonight.
I'd appreciate you asking for a breakout of the costs, because that would really help with making a decision to move forward. It's hard to make one without really having the information in front of you. So I appreciate the dilemma you're in. So I don't know. How do my colleagues feel?
May I, Mr. Chair? So I would say, from having served on the jail board for the prior 2 years, have you been provided a copy of the capital improvement plan?
Yes.
And I would also add, my understanding of where both money committees came back in the House and Senate was that they're both now asking for 7%, not just the 5% originally, a 5% plus 2 for state employees, for teachers, and so forth. And outside of that, I would just suggest to you, you do at that meeting what you feel is right, knowing that whatever that body decides to bring to us, then this body will decide whether or not we can support it or not.
Thank you for some guidance. So in regards to the capital improvement, third item, in the 2.5 and 2.5, would you be less inclined to do that since the state's given 7%? Or would you be more inclined to give the 5 plus 7?
Are you talking just for their employees?
Yes, it's for their employees. So the state's going to give a pretty sizable.
Without seeing the breakdown, I can't make a judgment on that.
I'm going to change the subject. There's one thing we forgot to mention, Ms. Kupka and I know about. Mr. Miller, would you like to explain the award for GWRC that affects King George?
Yes. Hang on one second. So I received a note from Mr. Boyles, who's with GWRC, for the GWRC and the FAMPO received $96,000 for the region for Safe Street and road programs. This is the SS4A from the U.S. Department of Transportation. And so King George will receive about $1,600 of the breakdown. They're going to, well, that's what our matching fund is going to be. So our matching fund will be about $1,600. But for the area, $96,000, we'll get to be a part of that. And so we'll work with the FAMPO staff and GWRC on that. I would also add that there was a question about the opioid money that has been received, and I know that Mr. Grossnickel provided you with the CPA 101 and fund accounting and accrual accounting. Ms. Hahn has indicated that the year-to-date money that we actually have is $78,537. But that is something that will be received by the county, a monthly amount that will be received until 2039. So good news. And we are, as Ms. Lackey indicated, we are working, we've held some meetings with Community Services Board. Obviously GWRC is willing to be an agency that kind of administers things. And then we are also looking at some possibilities for, I think statewide, VACO is also making themselves available as a resource. I don't know at this point that you need that. I think there might be some opportunities locally. I think we've had a meeting with Chief Moody was involved in that. The sheriff was involved in it. Ms. Lackey and Ms. Washington, Ms. Hahn, myself. When we met with the Community Services Board, we want to see what they can put together, and then we'll bring it back for you all to make a decision on how you want to necessarily use those funds. But there would be some opportunities here clearly for the county to directly put some of those funds towards some programs that might benefit fire and rescue or the sheriff's office and things like that. So we'll have a plan for you here in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Just going back, Mr. Collins, I'll be honest, without more information, it's hard to make an informed decision. So I kind of hopefully that will provide to you and you can make an informed decision at that meeting.
Yes, sir. Just to give you the awareness of the board, I would be more inclined not to be inclined to vote for the two raises, since the state is going to be given 7%. As far as the CIP, I wouldn't be inclined to vote for that at this time.
Okay.
So I don't know anything about the compensation of the other part. So
okay.
So that's my inclinations, unless I hear otherwise.
I appreciate the candor, but you go to those meetings, and I will defer to you to make those decisions at those meetings.
Thank you.
All right. It's the end of County Administrator's report officially, and so I believe we have a closed session.
Mr. Chairman, make a motion.
Yes, sir.
Make a move that the King George County Board of Supervisors convening closed meeting for one discussion of the Sedgwick Crossing litigation pursuant to State Code 2.2-3711A7 for consultation or briefing with legal counsel regarding actual litigation, and State Code 2.2-3711A8 for consultation with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters, and 2, discussion of economic development project prospect pursuant to State Code 2.2-3711A5 for discussion concerning a prospective business. Let me say that. Or industry or expansion of an existing business or industry where no previous announcement has been made for locating or consideration of investment of public funds where competition or bargaining is involved, where if made public, initially the financial interest of the government unit would be adversely affected.
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. I'll open the floor for discussion. The only thing I'll ask is, I know we had possibly looked at adding a third closed session item if there was a desire to do that, so, which was a separate sheet. Ms. Lackey, did you have another copy of that one? It's okay. Obviously, it's your prerogative, but if you want to make an amendment to include that as an option as well.
And then make amendment to move the King George County Board of Survivors convened in closed meeting and for consultant with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring provision of legal advice, namely legal considerations associated with particular land use and dissemination of legal advice to boards or commission pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2371A8. As legal consultation is identified above, I invite the county attorney, because she is deemed necessary and or her presence will be reasonably aid the board in consideration of topics to be discussed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.23712F.
Second.
All right, we have a motion properly seconded. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. We are in closed session. We good? Mr. Collins.
I move that King George County Board of Supervisors return to public meeting and certify by vote only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion convene the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered during closed meeting.
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. Ms. Bender, do you certify?
So certify.
Mr. Collins?
No.
Mr. Stonehill?
So certified.
Ms. Kupka?
So certify.
Chair so certifies. We're back in open session.
I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to prepare a text amendment to the commercial district regulation in the current zoning ordinance, moving hospitals from the use permitted by right to uses permitted only by special exception.
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. Do we have any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries.
I make a motion to adjourn to February 21st, 2023 at 6:30 in the boardroom.
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. We are adjourned.
Thank you.